Okay, all is confused. Witness can be seated. Please raise your right hand now. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Our court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Mary Hull. It's Maryhull.
Okay. And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Attorney General's office.
And where did you work when you became involved in this case back in the summer of 2016?
I work for the Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what did you do there?
I was a financial investigator.
What were your duties as a financial investigator there?
We investigated all fraud, waste, and abuse of all state funds.
Can you tell me a little bit about your educational background to hold your position?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm also a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Okay, and at DFS, were you a financial investigator of economic crime specifically?
Yes,
Do you have experience in analyzing financial data?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I have 20 years of financial analysis and auditing experience for both in a state level and for the United States Attorney's Office.
Okay, and what about white-collar criminal investigations?
Yes, I've had 10 years of investigating criminal white-collar crime investigations to include money laundering, mortgage fraud, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Do you have a specific area of expertise?
Yes, my specific area is financial and
Is it forensic accounting?
forensic accounting.
And what is forensic accounting?
It is a very detailed analysis of financial records and data to be used in a court of law.
Have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
Yes.
Okay, and about how many times?
This would be my 20th time.
Okay, and those are all my questions I have as to her expertise in that field, Judge.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness.
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to her ability to provide an opinion in forensic accounting?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of forensic accounting.
All right, so you became involved in this case back in 2016. How did you become involved in this case?
It was a criminal unit, and I did all the financial analysis for it. I was asked to do an agency assist case. It wasn't my normal contract fraud or state fund fraud, but I had the skill set that was needed.
And what were you asked to do in regards to this case?
To review mostly the bank records, but I did review some other records.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about all the different things you reviewed. Did you review the bank accounts of Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and does that include not only bank accounts but investment accounts of theirs as well?
Yes.
Speaking specifically to Charlie Adelson, did you review his Regions bank, his primary bank savings and checking account with Regions from the years 2013 to 2016?
Yes.
And did you also review States 104, what's been marked as States 104, which is the records from his Capital One and Amex cards from 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
And what's been marked and shown to you before court today as 104A, is that a printout of one of the pages of those records?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you about a few other folks you reviewed records for. Did you review bank account records of Luis Rivera?
Yes.
And was that one Chase bank account?
Yes.
Okay, and that's been marked as and shown to defense and the witness as States 97. Were those through for the years 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
All right, for Sigfredo Garcia, did you review two different accounts in this case, savings and checking, that were from Bank of America?
Yes.
And were those for the years 2015 and 2016?
Yes, that's correct.
So that bank account was not established until the year after Dan Markel was killed?
Correct.
Did he have a bank account, Sigfredo Garcia? We're talking about the year that Dan Markel was killed?
An active account was not located for him.
Did you also review some employment records for these gentlemen from Coastal Masonry from the years 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and that's States Exhibit 69. For Catherine McBanwell, looking at States 99 and 100, did you review bank records from Bank of America that would include her savings account and her checking account?
Yes.
And were those for the years 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Okay, and did she also have another bank account as well?
Yes.
Was that with JP Morgan Chase?
It was.
Okay. That's been marked as States 101 and 102. Are those two different numbers because there's also a savings and a checking account for those?
That's correct.
And were those also from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review a credit card of hers, a Synchrony credit card?
Yes.
In addition to her bank records, did you review Catherine McBanwell's income tax filings for 2013 to 2015?
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also receive several records of different businesses?
Yes.
I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 60. Did you review Adelson an Adelson Institute subpoena response from a subpoena that was sent to them regarding Catherine McBanwell's employment?
I did.
And did that subpoena response, was that from September 2014 to May 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review States Exhibit, just a second. 70, which was records from Dr. Rudner's, he's a plastic surgeon's, his office.
Yes,
Was that for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanua?
it was.
Did you also review records from Jerome Obed's office, Broward Dermatology, regarding Catherine Magbanua employment from July 2015 to March 2016?
Yes,
Did you also review States Exhibit 77, which were copies of checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
I did.
Did you also review several DHSMV records as well?
Yes,
All right, let's go through those. Did you review State 68, which was a Lexus titled to Catherine Magbanua?
yes,
And what about what's been marked as 72, 73, 74, and 75 DHSMV records for multiple different vehicles for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
yes,
All right, and did all of those records from all of those various companies, they came with certifications that certified they were legitimate records from those businesses. Is that what those are?
yes, they did.
All right, at this time, I would enter all of those records into evidence. So for, will do, that's gonna be States Exhibit 68 through 77.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 68 through 77 are admitted at this time.
Okay, those are documents, and for discs, we have States 97 through 104, and then the printout will be 104A from the Amex records.
Any objection as to those records?
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted at this time.
All right, so all of those records, especially the bank records, are those pretty voluminous,
Yes,
hundreds and or even thousands of pages at times.
oh yes,
In order to illustrate to the jury your findings in this case, are you going to rely on a summary of the bank records and all of the different records that you just told us about?
yes,
In addition to looking at those records, did you also look at the certain messages from the iCloud of Charlie Adelson in your preparation or your work for this case?
I did.
Okay, and are some of those messages incorporated into the summary?
Yes,
And is your summary an accurate reflection of those records that you just told us about?
it is.
At this time, I would move States Exhibit 76 into evidence, which is the summary of the financial records.
Any objection to State 76?
No objection.
Those will be admitted at this time.
All right, in State 76, I just want to be clear. We have a paper copy, right? That's
Yeah.
going to be in evidence,
I did.
but we'll look at it today and on a PowerPoint view for the jury.
Okay.
Okay. Permission to publish via PowerPoint, Judge?
You may.
All right, so I'm going to ask you about the different records that you looked at, and you'll tell us what we have here on the screen. And all of the records that you told us about, though, are in evidence. If the jury wants to see any more, that they'll be back in the deliberation room with them.
Okay.
So looking at here at the first slide of your summary, what, if any, vehicles did Luis Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th, 2014, per his DHSMV records?
He purchased on July 28, 2014, a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle
Okay. And were there any others?
Yes, he also purchased on July 31st, 2014, a 1996 Toyota Camry.
Okay. And in reviewing the records, was there a picture of the yellow motorcycle among his social media information?
It was.
Okay. And I don't think we were able to find an image of the green Toyota, but is that kind of a silhouette of what a green Toyota of that make and year looks like?
Yes, it was a sedan.
All right. All right. So when you analyze Luis Rivera bank accounts, what did you learn about his banking patterns or banking habits?
Luis Rivera had a very unique banking pattern. All his payroll checks were direct deposited, but as soon as they hit his account, he'd pull them all out in cash, virtually all of it. But he had auto payments set up, so every time an auto payment would come through, it would bounce and he would end up with a bank overdraft charge. So we had a lot of overdraft charges.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
Okay, so he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the records that you looked at.
He did.
And when his paychecks, you said they were direct deposited into his account?
Yes,
Were those for about $500 to $600 a week?
it was.
Okay. And he would pretty much immediately withdraw the money, you say?
Yes, he operated mostly in cash.
And then would he begin to overdraft after that until his next paycheck?
Yes.
All right. Did his banking pattern change after the murder of Dan Markel?
It did.
All right. How did it change?
He no longer pulled out large amounts of cash and leaving his paychecks in there. The auto payments no longer caused an overdraft payment.
Was the last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel just a couple of days before his murder?
Yes.
When did his normal banking patterns resume again after the murder of Dan Markel?
About 4 months later.
All right, what do we see here?
This is a graph that shows his banking pattern of the overdrafts. So, and it's split into three-month segments. So, all the red bars will show where he had an overdraft charge, and then you see that long pattern between the two yellow bars, and then a little after that shows there was no overdraft charges. But by November 11th of 2014, his pattern picked back up.
So in the 3 months before the murder, from April to July, he had a pretty low balance in his bank account, about $65.30, and about 21 different overdraft penalties.
Yes.
Looking from the first yellow line from the date of the murder to 3 months after the murder, so mid to end July of October, did he have any overdrafts during that time?
No.
And for him, did he have a relatively high balance in his bank account of $249.94?
For him it was, yes.
Right. In the 3 to 6 months after the murder, did he then start to pick up on the overdrafts again?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And this time the average balance is a little less than it was in the 3 months preceding it.
A little bit, yes.
Now, during the time when he's not withdrawing money from his bank account or having overdraft fees, could that be indicative of him having another source of cash that's separate from Coastal Masonry, which would be the money coming in from his job?
Yes, that indicated to me that he had additional source of cash and he was not having to rely on removing cash from the bank to operate. He liked to operate in cash.
All right. You said that you looked at the DHS-MV records of Sigfredo Garcia. What, if any, vehicles did Sigfredo Garcia acquire after the murder of Dan Markel?
On July 26, 2014, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer, black and yellow. He also purchased on August 22nd, 2014, a 1984 Chevy Monte Carlo in blue. In October of 2014, he also purchased a 2000 Nissan Maxima gold sedan.
And you mentioned that you analyzed Sigfredo Garcia's bank accounts. What kind of bank records did he have?
He had a checking and a savings account.
And were those for the time period of June 2015 to July of 2016?
It was.
And you said before you didn't have any bank records to review of his from the time of the murder because he didn't have any active accounts at that time?
None that we could find.
Okay, were subpoenas sent to banks that
Yes.
came back indicating closed accounts with no records?
They just came back with no response.
Okay. All right, you mentioned you received coastal masonry records. Did you also have coastal masonry records for not only Luis Rivera, who had steady paychecks from there, but also for Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, there was some records from there, but he worked very sporadically.
Okay, so just a couple of months here, 1 year, a couple of months there, and another year? No
Yes.
steady paychecks?
No steady paychecks.
At some point during his bank records, or at some point during the years 2013 to 2016, did he begin receiving steady paychecks?
Yes, he did.
Was that in September of 2015?
That sounds right, yes.
And did that last up until he was arrested in May of 2016?
It was.
Where were those paychecks from?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay.
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding.
Rapid Capital Funding?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to Catherine Magbanua. Did she already own a car at the time of Dan Markel's murder?
She did.
When you looked at the iCloud for Charlie Adelson, did you find messages that indicated that Charlie Adelson provided her with some financial assistance for that vehicle?
Yes.
And in the way of repairs?
Yes.
Okay, looking at this first set of text messages, what date are these from?
This one is November 18th, 2014.
Okay, and I won't ask you to read all of it, and the jury will have these in evidence, but on this page, does it say that she needs a loan? She calls him Buddy. She says, I need a loan, Buddy, because the parts alone are going to be expensive. Imagine what it would be if she took it to another mechanic, and he said he texted Sully his CC,
That's correct.
and he said, you'll be fine, I got you.
Right.
Are his messages Charlie Adelson's messages in the blue and Catherine Magbanua's in the green here?
It is.
Okay. And then she says, stop paying for shit with a Y on your card.
Yes.
Looking at the next set, this is on May 30th of 2015.
Yes.
He says she needs to get her timing belt changed. He says bring it to Mazda and he'll take care of it for her in this message.
Yes, he does.
And in this message, is it him offering to take care of the repairs for her?
Yes.
Looking at this one on November 18th of 2014. Whoop, sorry. I went back up instead of down. Okay. Looking at the next exchange on November 9th of 2015, she's asking her for credit card authorization. I'm sorry, she's asking him for credit card authorization. He says he'll pay it if he can put it on his credit card. What's the amount? She's telling him just put $16.30. He offers to put $16.50 there at the bottom. And then looking at the next page, she says it came out to $16.20 and says, thanks again, I'll pay you back.
That's correct.
And then when you compared the timing of these messages on November 10th, 2015, where they seem to be talking about him paying for something for her, what did you find when you looked at his Amex credit card?
I found the payment to Mazda of North Miami for $1,620.77.
Okay. And in the previous text messages we saw from several months or sometime before, he had been saying, take your car to Mazda. And this is also Mazda?
That's correct.
All right, so did it appear from the iCloud and from other records that at some point in late 2015, Catherine Magbanua got a different car?
Yes.
Okay, looking here at the message from December 14th of 2015, does Charlie Adelson say that he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today? His mom is paying it now, but please go this SAT?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanua is then later saying, I'll take care of it, don't worry. And he says, I already paid it 5 minutes ago, just chill, you're still the best.
That's correct.
All right, did you then look at the DHSMV records to see if there was a Lexus titled to Catherine Magbanua from around this time?
I did.
All right, and what is this?
That's the certificate title for Catherine Magbanua.
All right, and does this, I'm going to try to zoom. All right. The jury will have this in evidence, and if you need me to bring the actual title up there for you to see it closer, you can let me know.
I think I'd see well enough.
Okay. No, it's not showing. Did she acquire the vehicle in January of 2016 per this title?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was it?
It was a 2001 Lexus four-door sedan in black.
Who was the previous owner of the vehicle?
Harvey Adelson.
And how much did the DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Catherine Magbanua for?
$1,700.
Is that there about halfway down the page?
Yes, on the right side.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanua for this vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay, so no check made out from Magbanua to an Adelson for that amount?
No.
Was there any matching like cash withdrawal, like a withdrawal for $1,700 from her account?
No.
Were you able to find any $1,700 deposit into any Adelson accounts for that amount?
I did not.
Was there a drop in the money that she was receiving from the Adelson Institute at that time to account for this car if it had been taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without actually transferring the title?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and we saw that they were talking about the insurance in the prior text message, right?
That's right.
Do you have to put a sale price or list it as a gift when you transfer title?
You have to either list a price or list it as a gift.
Okay. If you say that it's a sale on the transfer title and not a gift, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit of listing like a really low sales price on the title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it lowers the amount for the registration of the car.
Who decides what number goes on a title transfer?
It's supposed to be the seller, but most often the seller just leaves it blank.
So just whoever's submitting it to the tax office then would fill it in?
That's correct.
If I sold you a car for $3,000, but we agreed to put $300 on the title transfer, would we pay less taxes on it?
Yes.
Looking at the iCloud messages between Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts or favors for Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
One second. Okay, what do we see here?
Okay, this is on March 6, 2015. It's from Charlie's Delta Sky Miles account, showing a purchase of a ticket to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua.
Okay, and do you see Catherine Magbanua's name there under passenger name?
Yes,
Santo Domingo, is that in Dominican Republic?
it is.
And what was the price of these tickets with Spirit Airlines to Santo Domingo?
$970.74.
All right, looking at messages from the iCloud on October 19th of 2015, does Catherine McVanwa say to him, hey, don't you have a hookup with plane tickets? I want to leave for Thanksgiving and take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then there at the bottom, Charlie Adelson asked, where do you want to take your mom?
Yes.
Okay, looking at this conversation that continues on the next page, she says, I want to do something for my mom. Let me see if she has days off on Thanksgiving. She thinks about renting an RV. And then about halfway down the page, Charlie Adelson volunteers to get a cruise for her and her mom.
That's correct.
And then he says, perfect. They have really nice ones that you guys can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, and come back on Monday morning. You won't miss any work.
That's right.
All right, and this was October of 2015.
Yes.
Looking at the continued conversation, he says, okay, so I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4 and gets back Monday at 7. Does that work? And then they talk about where and looking at dates.
That's right.
Okay, so in that exchange, she mentions wanting to do something nice for her mom. She has the idea of maybe renting an RV, and he offers to pay for them to go on a cruise.
Yes.
On May 20th of 2015, in this exchange, does Catherine McVanwa say that she has a shitload of things to pay for and needs a little help because of the kids' tuition? I hate asking. And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
Yes, that's correct.
Shortly after this text message exchange, in the few days following, did you look at Catherine McVanwa's account to see if there was any large cash deposit into her account?
Yes, I did. She received $1,400 that she put into her Chase 7242 account.
Okay, so what we have there at the bottom is literally like a still shot of her record showing the cash deposit into her account on
Yes,
May 26th.
That's a snippet of her bank account.
Okay, thank you. So a snippet of that $1,400 deposit.
Yes.
And in this message, she says she hates asking for the money, and he says he'll lend it to her, whatever she needs.
That's right.
One second. All right, you mentioned that you looked at Dr. Rudner's a plastic surgeon's office records. Did Catherine McVanwa have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
Yes, she did.
Okay, what do we see here?
That is a snippet of the payment record for Dr. Rudner.
All right, and before tax, what was the cost of the breast augmentation?
It was $4,595.
All right, how was this paid? Like, how much was it? Cash, card, check?
There was $4,400 paid in cash and $195 paid through her debit card.
All right, was that $4,400 paid in cash? Was that 2 separate payments, one of a $4,000 in cash payment and the other one a $400 in cash payment?
Yes, that's correct.
What percentage of her breast augmentation was paid in cash?
96%.
Were there any corresponding withdrawals from any of Catherine McVanwa's accounts that would reach $4,400 or even $4,000
No.
during that time? Did you add up all her cash withdrawals from that whole year, like January 2014 all the way to October 2014?
I did.
Okay, and did they total only about a little over $2,000 during that time?
That's correct.
Okay, so not enough to pay for the $4,400 in cash.
Not pulling it from a bank account.
All right, now I want to focus on Catherine Magbanwa's bank records.
Okay.
Based on the records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where she may have worked or what businesses she received income from those bank records?
Yes.
Okay, what do we see here?
What you see is a summary of how much money she got, and I could show for each year from where she was employed.
Okay, can you tell us which businesses she received income from and when,
Sure. You want me to list all the dates?
if you would?
Okay. Millennium Therapy Services from January 7th, 2013 to July 5th, 2013. Encore Nationwide, January 18th, 2013 to December 31st, 2013. CEO Next, LLC, April 1st, 2013 to April 30th, 2013. Sophie Dental Care, May 8th, 2013, July 31st, 2014. The Adelson Institute, October 7th, 2014 to May 17th, 2016. Dr. Obed, July 29th, 2015 and to March 23rd, 2016. Dr. Lopez, July 29th, 2016, October 14th, 2016.
Okay, did you review employment well, let me ask you, could Quintana Lopez, could she have been a realtor at that time?
She may have been.
Okay. Did you look at the actual employment records, though, from Jerome, for many of these, including Jerome Obed?
Jerome's yes.
Okay, was Jerome Obed a dermatologist's office?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a relationship between Charlie Adelson and Jerome Obed?
Yes, I believe they were good friends.
Okay. Were there messages in the iCloud indicating that Obed was Charlie Adelson's roommate at the time?
There was.
Okay. I want to ask you about some of this income. What do we have here?
This is a chart that shows the money that was deposited into her account by her employer in the blocks vertically, and then, horizontally, and then the months on the bottom from January 23rd to December 16th.
Looking at the dates, the date that we see here from the time that the employment begins, was that the date that the check was written or the date that the check was posted to her account?
It was the date it hit her account.
Okay, so this reflects income from her account from those businesses from the date of the first check, the day it was posted, to the date of the last post.
That's correct.
All right. Now, looking at this graph and the date of the murder in this graph, which is reflected by the first red line, July 18th, 2014, was she employed at the time of the murder or the 5-6 weeks afterwards?
No.
We see that she received income from the Adelson Institute from October 8th of 2014 through a check dated May 17th, 2016. Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced how or why she began receiving income from the Adelson Institute?
There was.
All right. Looking at this message, is this message from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this would have been from 3 or 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this message she says, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. INS. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. And he says, no prob.
That's correct.
And then about 2 months after the murder of Dan Markel, she begins receiving checks from the Adelson Institute.
She does.
In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment so that the apartment complex will rent to them and know that they will reliably pay their rent?
That's correct.
In order to get public assistance health insurance, do people need to show that they are employed but don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's right.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute that were deposited into Catherine McBanois' account?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They mostly went into her checking accounts, but occasionally she'd put some in her savings.
Okay. And they were coming out of Adelson Institute's Regions account?
That's right.
How many checks total were there from the Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanois?
There was 44 checks.
And what do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that were paid to her, and it shows the date they were posted to her account, the date that was written on the check number, the payment, and the memo field.
So looking at what's been entered into evidence as State 77, a copy of each check back in front is State 77?
Yes.
All 44 checks?
Yes.
Okay. But just for ease of presenting and explaining these checks to the jury, you're relying on this summary here, this kind of Excel table summarizing the checks.
Yes.
All right. Were all of the checks deposited by Catherine McBanois?
They were.
Who were all the checks signed by?
Donna Adelson.
When was the first check issued from Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanois?
The date on the checks was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, so that was just short of 1 day. I'm sorry, that was about 2 months from the murder of Dan Markel.
That's correct.
And how often did Catherine McBanois receive checks from Adelson Institute after that?
She received 2 checks a month.
Until May of 2016?
That's correct.
All right, if you could walk us through, here are just an example of 3 different checks. There's a pointer there in front of you. You might have to make sure it's on up on the ledge. There you go.
Okay.
What can you tell us about, well, first of all, I asked you who signed all the checks, and you said Donna Adelson. Can you show us the signature on these checks?
Right here.
Okay,
This
so
is
Donna Sue Adelson.
Yeah, that's the signature line on all of them.
And what can you tell us about the memo lines of these checks?
The memo line reflects the date she would have worked on each of these checks.
Okay, so they reflect kind of like the pay period for that amount?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to our summary, or let me ask you first, the memo lines, the date ranges, were these usually about every 8 to 10 days,
Yes.
the range? Go back to our summary. What amount were all of the checks for?
All except for the first one were $407.58.
So all of them except the first one were for the exact same amount?
Correct.
And is that what the column furthest to the right indicates for each one?
Yes.
Were some of these checks advance pay?
They were.
What does that mean?
That she was actually paid before the end of the time frame of the payment.
So she would get the paycheck before the work period was complete,
Yes,
or post it before the work period was complete.
that's correct.
And on the right, does that indicate which ones were advance pay?
That's right.
Were some of these checks sequential?
They were.
And what does that mean?
That they were paid by the same set of checks in a book.
Mm-hmm.
So they're 1, 2, and 3 sequential.
Okay. Now, were the ones that were sequential, were they at or around the same date?
No, they reflected different dates.
All right, so when you say they're sequential, the number here at the top of the check,
That's right.
that would mean that the next check she received, even though it's supposed to be for 2 weeks later in a different pay period, would be the next number in sequence.
That's right.
How many sequential checks did Catherine McBanwell receive in a row?
She had 18.
All right, looking at this column furthest to the right, our checks, it appears to be 11, 12, and 13. Were they all sequential?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be 3 in a row.
Yes.
And then looking at checks, or I'm sorry, the number 28 through 33, those checks, that was 6 sequential checks in a row.
Yes.
And then looking at 36 through, I think it's 3 up, so 36 through 41, was that another 6 sequential checks in a row?
It was.
And then the final 3, I believe that is, were those sequential checks all in a row?
They were.
You mentioned earlier that at the time of, or we saw that she received a breast augmentation in October of 2014. We saw, was Catherine McBanwell receiving checks at that time from the Adelson Institute?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from October of 2014 when she received a breast augmentation, like time where she would have been out of work or recuperating or anything like that?
No,
Was the amount the same as it was on the other checks except for the first one?
it was.
What about the time for the trip to Santo Domingo that departed on March 22nd of 2014? Did she have any less of a paycheck around that time that might reflect time that she was off or didn't work when she was in another country that week?
No,
So no decrease of any money she received?
none.
What other records did you review with respect to her employment at Adelson Institute?
The only thing I received from the subpoena was a QuickBooks summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do we see here?
That is a printout from the QuickBook report for the Adelson Institute.
So this is what y'all received from the Adelson Institute when y'all subpoenaed her employment, or when her employment records were subpoenaed.
That's correct.
What is a QuickBook printout?
It's an accounting software program a lot of businesses use for payroll and keeping track of expenses.
What time period did the printout cover?
This printout covers September 18th, 2014 to March 31st, 2016.
What date range did the law enforcement subpoena request?
The request was for any and all records for her employment.
Okay. Were all of the checks that Catherine McBanwell received reflected on this QuickBooks?
No,
You said the last check on the QuickBooks was from March 31st of 2016?
that's correct.
Okay, when looking at her account, how many additional checks were there after that time that she was paid by Adelson Institute?
She received 3 additional checks.
And when was the last check that she posted according to her bank account?
I believe it was May 17th, 2016.
Okay, but in May of 2016?
Yes.
So if Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016, and the last check to Catherine McBanwell per the actual checks was written on May 12th of 2016, they stopped making payments to her after his arrest on May 25th.
It's possible same time frame.
What was the total net amount received by Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute from September of 2014 to May of 2016?
It was $17,729, I believe.
$17,729.
I believe so. Look it up.
And did Adelson Institute provide any type of employment application, timesheet, W-2, tax filing, performance valuation, job description, anything like that for Catherine McBanois?
No, they did not.
Just the QuickBooks?
Just the QuickBooks.
I want to ask you about the timing of Catherine McBanois' final Adelson Institute checks. Are you familiar with what we call the bump in this case?
I am.
And that was on April 19th of 2016. Looking at the final 3 checks to Catherine McBanois that were sequential and not in QuickBooks, was there evidence of a check that was later in sequence that was actually posted in a party's bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes, it's the second bar. Harvey deposited a check of $20.83 on April 11th, 2016.
Okay, and that check was posted to an account, to his account, but it was after Catherine McBanois' last 3 sequential checks in sequence.
That's right.
And that would have been before the bump.
Correct.
All right, did you look at Catherine McBanois' bank account to determine what her income source is for the year before the murder, the year of the murder, and the 2 years following the murder, what those were?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to walk us through each one of those.
Okay.
Looking at 2013, how much cash did she deposit that year into her accounts?
$13,035.
What percentage of her total income that year then was cash?
23%.
Was cash deposits her highest source of income into her account that year?
Yes.
Looking at 2014, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
What percentage of her total income was that cash that year into her account?
64%.
And was cash deposits her highest source of income that year?
Yes.
What does the yellow reflect here? We talked about the red, the cash deposits. What does the yellow reflect?
It's for the checks that she received that year for the Adelson Institute.
And the checks that we saw didn't begin being posted to her account from Adelson Institute until October of 2014 that year?
That's correct.
So this would just be about 2 months worth of checks?
Yes.
So when combined with the Adelson Institute income, cash and Adelson Institute money was about 68% of her total income that year into her account?
Yes, that's correct.
Oops. All right, looking at 2015, how much cash was deposited into her account that year?
$26,523.77.
And what percentage of her total income was cash deposits?
51%.
Was cash deposits her highest source of income that year?
Yes.
And the yellow, does that again represent Adelson Institute in this graph?
It does.
Okay. And what does the purple represent?
That was paychecks received from Dr. Obed.
Okay. And that was Charlie Adelson's friend and roommate.
Correct.
So looking at her cash and Adelson sources, when combined all of that together, it's about 81% of her income is cash, Adelson Institute, and Jerome Obed paychecks.
Correct.
Finally, looking 2 years after the murder in 2016, does she deposit significantly less cash than the last 2 years that year.
Yes,
How much cash does she deposit that year?
$11,921.33.
And that was about 20% of her total income.
That's correct.
We saw where the last check deposited into her, posted to her account from the Adelson Institute was in May of that year. So in those 5 months, the $4,890 amount, that was the amount that she received from Adelson Institute just for 2016.
Yes,
And then from Jerome Obed, this reflects the amount deposited into her account from him as well, or from
Yes.
his business.
that's correct.
All right.
Reflecting the cash deposits into her account by year. It's a bar chart.
Okay. So at the bottom, we see the amount of the percentage of cash deposited into her account compared to the total amount of income she received.
Correct.
All right. And at the top is the actual number as far as cash deposits into her account in a bar graph that reflects that.
Right.
Which year had the most cash deposits? Looking at 2013 in the first column to 2016 in the last column.
2014.
And 2014 was the year of Dan Markel's murder.
It was.
In 2014, did she have about 3 times as much cash deposited into her account as the year before?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the year after in 2015?
Yes.
And looking at the graphs below, in 2014 and 2015, the percentage of her total amount of income into her account that was cash was 64 and 51%, compared to the years before and 2 years after the murder being only 23 and 20%.
That's correct.
All right, what do we see here?
This is a chart. The bar chart above shows the amounts for the cash deposits, the Adelson Institute, and Dr. Obed. And the bottom reflects the percentage of those combined.
So looking at cash and income from Adelson-related sources, Adelson Institute and Jerome Obed, that was 67 and 81% of her total income in 2014 and 2015, the year after the murder, compared to 2013 and 2016 at 23 and 35%.
That's correct.
You said that 2014 was the year that Catherine McBanois had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph represent?
So this graph shows cash deposits by month, and each month has a point on the scale on the left, and it's connected by a line so you can see the flow. So it's a line chart.
So in this year with the most amount of cash deposits, 2014, which month of that year was the most cash deposited into her account?
It was August of 2014.
Okay, and is that reflected by the yellow circle with a 1 in it?
It is.
And how much cash was deposited into her account that month?
I believe it was $13,200.
And that was the month following the murder of Dan Markel?
It was.
How does that amount of cash deposited in August compare to the other months in 2014?
It was the highest of all the months.
What was the second and third highest cash deposit months in 2014?
The second highest was October of 2014.
Okay, and what about the third?
July of 2014, sorry.
Okay, so the third highest was the same month as the murder of Dan Markel,
Yes,
and the second highest was the same month that the checks from Adelson Institute began being posted to her account, and she also received a breast augmentation.
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is another graph showing the cash deposits by month, but this is a bar chart. So the higher the bar, the more cash she would have received.
So looking at this 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, this 4-year span, which month in that 4-year span has the most amount of cash deposits?
It's the August of 2014.
And what about the second highest?
The second highest was October 2014.
And the third?
July 2014.
So even looking at that 4-year span now, and not just the year 2014, those are still the 3 highest from all 4 years into her account, were those 3 dates we talked about before.
Yes, that's correct.
What do we see here?
This is an overlay of 2 sets of data. The red line shows her cash deposits by month, and the bars are showing her employment.
Okay, and what does the first black line represent?
The murder of,
So that was July 18th, 2014, that represents the date of the murder.
yes,
And then the second black line that says bump on top represents the date of the bump,
yes,
April 19th, 2016.
yes.
All right, looking at all of the red lines, before the date of the murder, what was the amount of cash deposits in those 12 months before the murder? How much cash did she deposit into her account?
1 year before, she deposited $15,600.
And that would be like from July 2013 to June of 2014?
That's correct.
All right, looking at then in the 12 months following the murder, so from the red line for about the next 12 months, how much cash was deposited into her account?
She deposited $44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the entire 12 months before the murder?
Yes.
All right. And then right next to the line that indicates the murder, we see a giant red spike. What does that represent?
That represents that spike of cash that she put in between July and August.
And looking at now the bar graph around that murder line and the cash spike, is there any record of her being employed during that August cash spike where $13,200 were deposited into her account?
No,
So no bar during that part.
that's right.
What about from the day after Dan Markel was murdered, so July 19th, to just the end of August, those 6 weeks? How much was deposited into her account?
$17,300.
And then by the end of the next month, by the end of September, she's on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, that's correct.
You told us earlier that you analyzed the Adelson Institute records. What was the annual income for Adelson Institute, approximately?
Based on the records I have, about $2 million.
About $2 million a year?
Yes.
And was that profit?
No, I didn't do a profit calculation.
Okay. About how much money did Charlie Adelson make per year?
It varied between 3 and 3.5 million according to his bank records that I had.
And that was for each year between 2013 and 2016?
For each year, yes.
Okay. Did he make money from not only working as a dentist at the Adelson Institute, but also as a traveling periodontist?
Yes, he also had some rental income and some land sales, real estate sales.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you looked at the Adelson family bank accounts and investment accounts as well. Can you give us an idea of the total amount of money in these investment accounts in the years surrounding this investigation?
Yes, it's about 4.1 million to 5.8 million at the end.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you also looked at the individual family members' checking and savings account, their business accounts as well. Can you tell us what those amounts were
Yes,
in June and July of 2014?
Yes, when you put all of the 32 accounts together, there was 8.1 million in June of 2014, and 8.1 million in July of 2014.
And that's just money in the bank, right? I mean, that doesn't include real estate, cars, other assets,
That's correct.
or cash of theirs that they never put in the bank in the first place.
Correct.
Now, based on your review of the Adelson Institute, did their business give cash discounts for services?
Yes.
Were there records in Charlie Adelson's iCloud where he discusses providing cash discounts for services?
There was.
Okay. And I won't make you go through every single one of these, but are these messages where they talk about cash discounts for clients, the cash price for different services? They try to give people an incentive to use cash as opposed to a card.
It seems so, yes.
And were there messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud where he and Adelson family members are discussing having large amounts of cash?
There was.
Okay. And did they discuss how they keep it, that they keep it in piles or keep it in a safe?
Yes, they kept it in a safe and some reference of piles of cash.
Okay, I'm going to show you two different sets of messages. In this one, Harvey Adelson says to Charlie Adelson that he says, "Charlie, I spoke to Mom. We will take the $26,000 in cash." Then, sometime later, he seems to change his mind and says, "There's no tax advantage for the $26,000 gift. I have too much cash, and would rather you transfer it from your personal account." So here they're talking about one gifting the other $26,000 in cash, but then decide against it because they already have too much cash.
That's correct.
And then in this one, does this appear to be Donna Adelson saying, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook, put it into Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know so we can take care of this today." And he says, "No problem."
That's correct.
So they're talking about moving large amounts of cash from one person's pile to another person's pile in a safe.
Seems so, yes.
And this safe would be at a place where Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson are in control of it.
I believe so.
Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross exam.
Try not to break it.
Mostly watch out for those cords because we don't want to have any sound malfunction.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
You recall that on page 2 of this exhibit, you were asked about Luis Rivera's financials,
Yes,
and you recall that you were asked whether you saw any spike in cash deposits over time.
for Luis Rivera,
You
no,
recall whether you were asked that question?
no spike of cash.
So you have a spike at the time of the murder. He's not withdrawing cash, correct?
Correct.
But over time, his habits go back to how they were before, right?
Yes,
So unlike Katie Magbanawa, you don't see the cash keeping on going up, right?
right.
With Luis Rivera, you see essentially a spike in cash and then nothing.
Well, the spike was from his direct deposits, but you're essentially correct. He had cash. Yeah,
Before, he would take the money out because he had no money.
right.
But after the murder, he doesn't take any money out for a while.
That's right.
But then he runs out of money again.
It seems so.
So he starts taking it out again.
Right.
Different than Katie Magbanawa, right?
Oh, yes.
Actually, the complete opposite.
Yes, he didn't put money in accounts apparently unless he had to.
With Katie Magbanawa, the money just keeps going forward.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Dugan showed you some text messages. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she showed you text messages regarding some car repairs.
That's right.
And on those text messages, Charlie Adelson has no problem whatsoever creating a paper trail and putting those car repairs on his credit card, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you were able to go to his credit card and see it, right?
That's right.
Katie Magbanawa tells him not to put it on the credit card, right?
That's right.
And he doesn't listen to her.
No.
You were asked about a Lexus,
Yes.
right? A Lexus with, I think, if my eyes don't deceive me, had 160,000 miles.
I'll take your word for it.
You want me to show you it?
You know, sure.
May I approach?
You may.
Oh, yeah, it's very small. Yeah, right.
It had 160,000 miles.
That's correct.
And you couldn't find any payment from Catherine Magbanawa for that car, right?
I could not.
Are you aware that Catherine Magbanawa came in here today and insisted that she paid for that car?
No, I didn't know she testified.
But you saw no evidence of any payment, right?
No.
From your forensic analysis, no payment was ever given, correct?
Not through the bank records.
Now, you also talked a little bit about the Adelson Institute checks,
That's correct.
and you talked about how those checks or the employment began sometime around October of 2014,
Yes.
and that was approximately 2 months after Professor Markel's murder.
Yes.
And the checks, they were after taxes, right?
No, there was taxes taken out of it.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
So the numbers we see here of $407.58, which every check is except the first one,
Right.
that's after the taxes were taken out.
That's correct. It's a net amount.
And the checks were for about 2 times every month, right?
Yes.
And so essentially the checks were for around $1,000 a month.
Yes.
And I think you testified that it looked like the checks were given at the same time, a bunch of them.
They could have, based on being sequential.
And that would maybe be because the person giving them didn't want to see the other person that often, right? That'd be one reason.
It could be a reason, yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the cash increases in her account. Now, you saw a spike in the cash increase. The biggest spike was the month after Professor Markel's murder, correct?
Yes.
But the cash just kept on coming, right?
Yes.
And when you do the math, by the year, it seems that she was getting paid in cash around $2,000 a month, right?
It varied, but yeah,
For the most part, it's right around $2,000 a month, right?
basically yes.
I mean, to a T, right? I mean, let's look at it. I think you have it by year here. If you look at 2015, for example, you have her cash deposits at $26,000 and change, right?
Right.
12 months, $2,000 a month, that's $24,000, right?
Sure.
And in 2016, you have her cash deposits at around just under $12,000 a month, right?
That's
I mean,
correct.
sorry, just under $12,000 for the year, right?
Yes, correct.
And you have those deposits stopping in May.
That's right.
I'm not great at math, but that's
Yes.
about 6 months, right?
Right.
Now, if Ms. Magbanowa had testified today that she never got paid any cash after the first month, according to your forensic analysis, that would be a complete lie, right?
Yes, it would.
Let me ask you, when you do these graphs, the word murder isn't scientific, right?
Correct.
It could easily say extortion as well, correct?
I suppose, yes.
You talk about these piles and it possibly being a same safe. You don't know if all the money was in the same safe, right?
No, that's just, they were moved from one pile to another.
Couldn't that be not a real pile?
What do you mean?
Well, parents, when they're leaving things to their kids, if someone lends them money, might they make a notation so that if they die before paying them back, they would put in their pile that they lent money to them?
I suppose, but it does reference pile in a safe.
Did you ever see any safe that had piles of cash with different Adelson names on it?
No.
Have you ever heard of people assigning certain items to their children when they die?
Sure.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? So we talked about that $2,000 of cash every month, remember?
Yeah.
And if you add that $2,000 of cash every month with the $1,000 of Adelson checks, what would that equal?
3,000.
Would it surprise you that Catherine Magbanua was paid $3,000 every month by Charlie Adelson?
Would it surprise me? No.
In fact, it would be consistent with your forensic analysis, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Defense counsel asked you about Rivera not having a cash spike. Did Rivera have a habit of depositing cash into his accounts?
No, he did not.
Thank you. Did you look at the cash deposits for Catherine Magbanua every day for 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016?
Yes.
And are all of those spreadsheets also in here in addition to everything that we saw in the PowerPoint?
Yes.
And does she have a kind of what it seemed the defense was indicating, like a $2,000 payment in cash at one time every month?
No, they were always broken up. I think the highest deposit she ever put in was 2,000, though.
Okay, so in this report are each cash deposit she makes by day for every year, and are they all different amounts?
Yes.
Some as low as $43,
Yes.
some as high as $1,000.
Yes.
Okay. And so it wasn't a situation where she was coming to the bank every month, one day a month, and putting in $2,000.
No.
Okay, that was the accumulation of all of the money throughout those years that we saw.
That's right.
Okay. If she was being just given a $2,000 payment in cash every month, would it make sense to deposit that, or would it make sense to go back to the bank 20 different times that month with $40 and $50 and $600 and $700? What would make more sense, it would seem?
Well, I think she was trying to hide the fact she was putting in cash and flying under the radar, so she was breaking it up. So I don't know what she had to start with, but I just can only show what she was putting in the account in small increments to several accounts, sometimes the same day.
Okay. And looking at the cash that she was putting in, could this have been cash that she was, well, let me ask you this. Okay, when you looked at the messages from the iCloud, a couple of which we saw, was she asking Charlie Adelson for different favors?
Yes.
Was she asking Charlie Adelson at time for cash or for loans?
Yes.
Okay, were these friendly exchanges between the two?
Yeah.
Was she ever demanding anything from him?
No, I don't think so.
And were many times was he offering to do favors for her or different nice things for her, or
Yes,
provide her with things?
They seem to have a good relationship.
Defense asked if a possible explanation for the sequential checks could be that she was getting paid a bunch at a time by someone who didn't want to see her very often. Would another possible explanation be that she wasn't actually working there and someone was just handing her a bunch of checks at a time when they did see her?
I suppose that's possible too.
That's all I have.
Is Ms. Hall going to be recalled by either party?
I'd like her to remain under the rule, but I don't believe so, Judge.
You may step down, ma'am. Members of the jury need a break before we continue. Please raise your hand. All right, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume with the testimony in 10 minutes. can be seated. Let's bring them up.
I guess I have to move the palm trees if I'm going to join you guys, so I will do that and come back.
Everyone can be seated except the witness. Please raise your right hand, Sergeant Hill. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Hale. I'm a sergeant with the Tallahassee Police Department, and my name is spelled Coreyhale.
How long have you been with TPD?
Close to 23 years now.
Did you have some involvement in the investigation regarding the death of Dan Markel?
I did.
As part of the investigation, did you interview a witness by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
To the extent we can remember Mr. Lacasse's testimony from last week, an issue was raised regarding the timeliness of a particular piece of information that he reported to you.
Okay.
This item relates to the defendant, Charlie Adelson, characterizing a dinner out with his sister Wendi after the murder as a celebration dinner. Are you familiar with this item that Mr. Lacasse gave to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did Mr. Lacasse mention anything about this celebration dinner during your interview with him?
He did.
And when did you tell us, I guess, each time that you met with this witness?
I met with him pretty early on in the first part of the investigation, and then during that interview, it was my job to either include or exclude him as a potential suspect in the case. I'd have to refer to my notes to remember exactly what the date was on that.
I was going to prompt you on it. Does July 21st of 2014 sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Mr. Lacasse come directly to you from somewhere out of town, the airport?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And were you able to include or exclude him as a potential suspect in this case?
Yes, we were.
And which was it?
He was excluded as a suspect due to him being in another state at the time.
All right, so you were able to look at some documentation to confirm that that's where he was?
Yes, ma'am. His cell phone records as well as his bank records, and we also obtained video footage of him in Tennessee.
Okay, and was there a time when Mr. Lacoste reached out to you thinking he might have some more potentially relevant information to provide?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been on August 12th.
Okay,
of
August 12th is
2014.
when he reached out, or August 12th is when he showed up?
He showed up on the 12th. He reached out on the 11th.
Okay, so on the 12th, he comes back into where? TPD to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that interview on August 12th, is that when he gave you this information about the celebration dinner?
It is.
When did he report to you that he learned of this information about the celebration dinner?
I want to say it was a week or so prior to him talking to me.
Okay. And when was the celebration dinner itself supposedly, when did it supposedly occur?
I believe it would have been on July 31st.
All right, so he told you about this information within a week of receiving it?
Or so, yeah.
Okay. So it's incorrect to state that Jeffrey Lacoste waited until March of 2015 to disclose this information to law enforcement.
That's correct.
Correct that that's incorrect?
Yes.
Clear as mud. Were you able to find any text messages in the text messages provided to law enforcement in this case to corroborate that any such dinner between Wendi, or I guess including Wendi Adelson and Charlie Adelson, occurred during this time frame that Lacoste had this information about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as States 126. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
I am.
Are these the text messages that we're referencing that talk about this dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence 126.
Any objections? No objection. Case 126 is admitted.
Permission to publish. And when were these text messages sent and received?
July 31st, 2014, and the times are listed beside the texts.
All right, and these messages indicate that Wendi and Charlie are going out to dinner, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And also some reference there at 10:57 p.m., the last text message on the bottom right, that Wendi was feeling a little poorly at some point after the dinner.
It would seem so.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly, can we leave that up there? See this text? Someone has a smile on, that's a pleasure to see.
Yes, sir.
Does that indicate that Wendi Adelson had been pretty upset for a long time, and her mom was commenting that she's finally smiling?
That's the way I understand it. Yes, sir.
You can take it off. Now, Professor Lacoste told you that before he and Wendi broke up, he looked through her calendar and phone because he thought she was being unfaithful.
I
Right.
believe so. Yes, sir.
And his behavior suggested to you that even before the murder occurred, he knew that he was on his way out as her boyfriend?
I I think that was coming eventually. I don't know if he'd accepted it at that point.
He reached out to you fairly frequently, unprompted.
Yes.
He complained that Wendi was unfaithful multiple times.
I believe he did mention that, yes.
He was upset that Wendi had broken up with him.
Yes, he was upset.
And when you interviewed him the first time, he didn't even bring up Charlie Adelson's name, right?
I don't remember specifically if he did it in the first or second interview.
He was uncomfortable, he told you, because he was giving a lot of information about Wendi Adelson, and he said to you, I'm uncomfortable because if she'd have me back, I'd go back to her, right?
He may or may not have said that. I don't recall specifically.
Now, he was upset that he was labeled a person of interest, right?
Yes.
And he thought that Wendi Adelson was responsible for labeling him a person of interest, right?
I'm not sure who he thought was responsible.
He was also upset that because he thought Wendi had referred to him as a stalker, right?
Yes.
And he sent you emails reflecting how upset he was about being labeled a stalker, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, regarding this celebration dinner, if he testified that he didn't tell you till March 2015 because he was too scared to tell you earlier, that would have been inaccurate testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
He told you that he learned about this supposed, we don't deny the dinner, but he termed it a celebration. He said that my client told Wendi, who told him that it was a celebration dinner, correct?
That's what he indicated to me.
And he told you that he had heard this from Wendi and from friends, right?
Yes, sir.
But he couldn't give you any names of any friends that he had heard this from, right?
He did not.
Did you ask Professor Lacoste why Wendi would tell him that at a time when they were broken up?
I didn't pry into it.
Now, did Professor Lacoste ever show you any of the notes that he had taken during the course of his investigation?
Not that I recall specifically, sir.
You don't recall him showing you pages and pages of notes?
He may have.
Did you tell him to destroy those notes?
No, sir.
During your investigation, you learned that Katie McBanawa was on Facebook, right?
Yes.
You learned that she was on Instagram as well, right?
I'm
Under the
not
name-
sure about that. I know about Facebook. I wrote a search warrant for that.
Under the name Katie Cash,
I don't know. Specifically, I did a Facebook search warrant.
and she was on Facebook, right?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment?
Go ahead. Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sergeant Hill, you may step down. Will he be recalled by either party?
No, sir.
There you go.
Have a good day, Sergeant.
you,
You're
sir.
released. Please call your next witness.
State Call Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Take a second to get your laptop together.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Not yet. It's still booting up.
I got you. Okay.
We can probably go on while it's
Go ahead.
coming to life here.
All right, great. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And you mentioned you're a sergeant. What unit do you work in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit, and that's the section of the agency that's responsible for sort of all the high-tech or technological ways that we help out in criminal investigations. That includes things like computer and mobile device forensics, audio and video, CCTV retrieval, our LPR systems. We have a public safety camera system, all of those. And then what I spend most of my time doing, which is the analysis of communication records or analysis of phone records.
And how long have you worked in the Technical Operations Unit at TPD?
For quite some time. I believe 2012, 2008 is when I started in there.
Okay. And how long have you been the sergeant supervising that unit?
2012.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about, well, we've heard a little bit about your experience, but your training and experience to be in your position?
One moment. Yes, sir.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
The bailiff will take you back. We'll have a brief recess for the moment. My only question would be, are you good to sit through the rest of today?
Excuse me.
Are you good to sit through the rest of today?
Yes.
Right, you may continue, Ms. Dugan.
Could you tell us a little bit about your training and experience for your position?
Certainly. I have a little over 1,675 hours of general technical training across kind of all of our disciplines. And then I have just under 900 hours of training specific to communication record analysis. And that, again, involves the collection of records or obtaining the records, the various types of analysis that we do, including location, estimating the location of a handset, or calling analysis. I instruct other law enforcement officers and analysts across the state and really across the country in communication record analysis. I believe that's.
And what is communication record analysis?
Communication record analysis is kind of a general term for what we can do with the records that are primarily, we're talking about the records that come from communication carriers, like our AT&T, Verizon, cell phone carriers is primarily what we talk about. We also do get records from forensic analysis of phones. We can add that in, but primarily, again, the carrier records. And from the various types of reports they're able to give us, we can do analysis such as who a handset, and I say handset for cell phone, communicates with most frequently. Again, estimated locations, approximately where was a handset when a certain call was placed. The calling pattern analysis, who calls who, when, all of those kind of things. Really, there's a variety of analysis that we can do with those records, kind of pertaining to whatever the investigation needs.
And have you ever testified where you've given an opinion in court in the field of historical communication record analysis?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
101.
Judge, those are all my questions as to his qualifications in that field, if defense has any voir dire.
Very well. Mr. Roshbaum,
No, Your Honor.
is there any objection to the witness providing an opinion in the field of historic communication analysis?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in this area of historic communication analysis. You may continue.
All right, so we're going to get to your analysis in a minute, but before we do that, I just have to move certain things into evidence, so we're going to go through that. All right, so you told us that in your position at TPD, you often pull records, call detail records from phone companies.
That's correct, yes.
Are these types of records kept in the normal course of business for phone companies?
They are.
And are they kept by an automated system, by a computer that has knowledge of those events in the records?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how to interpret and read those records?
Yes, I am.
In this case, have you reviewed the phone records of what's been marked and shown to defense and you in previous proceedings? And I'm just going to go through all the numbers and names. States Exhibit 85, Luis Rivera, call detail records. States Exhibit 86, Sigfredo Garcia, call detail records. States Exhibit 87, Wendi Adelson. 88, Donna Adelson. 89, Charlie Adelson. 90, Harvey Adelson. 91, Catherine McBanois. And 92, Daniel Markel, call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And, there right in front of you on the witness stand, I've left a chart that's already been admitted into evidence. I believe it states 59. Does it say 59 on the pink sticker there?
It does, yes.
Okay. Just to kind of save us time and without having to recite every number, do the numbers below each picture on that chart reflect the numbers for the call detail records we received for each one of these parties?
Yes.
Okay. All right, in addition to the call detail records we spoke about, did you also review traffic tickets received by Sigfredo Garcia, car rental agreements from Comfort Rental and Save Gas, surveillance video from Premier Gym, documents from Spirion GPS, Comfort Rental, Save Gas, as well as the iCloud of Charlie Adelson and the Cellbrite of Wendi Adelson cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about those last two items in just a second. But for the call detail records and the businesses I named out, when you receive records from a business? Does it contain a certification from that business verifying that it is a legitimate record from that business? Did the records in this case have those items?
Yes, all the carriers provide or can provide a business record certification attesting to the things we mentioned earlier.
Okay. And as far as the Wendi Adelson Cellbrite, what is a Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is kind of a catch-all name now. We do forensic analysis of mobile devices and computers, and there's a number of tools that allow us to do that forensic analysis that actually interact with the handset and allow us to retrieve the information that's on it. Cellbrite is one of those, and it is one of the tools that we use. So we kind of say a Cellbrite report is a forensic report. So once we extract that information, then the software goes through and kind of analyzes it for us and says, well, this is a text message, and this is a call log, and this is a Wi-Fi access point, whatever it may be, and creates a report for us that we're able to review and to be able to search through and print out excerpts or whatever we want to do. But it's a tool that allows us to analyze the results of that forensic extraction from the device.
And was that forensic extraction of Wendi Adelson's cell phone done on the day of Dan Markel's murder, July 18, 2014, when she came to Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, it was.
All right. And then at some point during this investigation, I mentioned this iCloud. Was a subpoena sent to Apple to get the information from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
I believe it would have been a search warrant, but yes.
Search warrant, my apologies. And when we received the information from that iCloud, were there messages in that iCloud?
Yes.
All right. And what is an iCloud, for those who don't know?
Again, kind of a general term, but for iOS users or Apple users, they have the ability to back up most of the contents from their device to the iCloud, Apple's cloud storage. With a legal demand, we were able to recover that or be provided that backup information from the cell phones of Mr. Adelson. Again, Cellbrite being the software we use to analyze that, to kind of parse everything out and allow us to review it and do the analysis of that iCloud return.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on the records that you received from those businesses that I named out, from the extracts from the iCloud, and also from the call detail records that you received from the phone carriers?
Yes.
All right. All of this information, was this voluminous amount of information, hundreds or even thousands of pages?
Definitely thousands of pages.
Okay. Did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what these records say about the phone activity and locations of all these parties, and that you'll be relying on for your testimony here today?
I did.
All right. And did that summary include the call detail records, the business records we talked about, and also just certain extracts from Wendi Adelson's cell phone and the iCloud of Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to move in item 64, the comfort rental contract; 65, another comfort rental contract; 66, Spirion GPS information; 80, traffic ticket of Sigfredo Garcia, as well as 85 through 92, which are all of the call detail records that I described earlier when I named out each person.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Please go through the numbers again.
Yes, sir.
They are admitted.
That should be 85 through 92, 64, 65, 66, and 80. And then finally, this summary that we're going to see, where you combined all of that information. Did you create a PDF version to be printed and moved into evidence today?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you also have a version via PowerPoint that we can see here in the courtroom altogether?
I do, yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I would move his summary into evidence. This is State's Exhibit 67. There's going to be both a flash drive containing this and then a physical copy.
Any objection to 67?
No, Your Honor.
State 67 is admitted.
All right, so if you could pull up the summary, the PowerPoint on your end, and we'll get
It is.
started.
It is on my
okay.
end.
So let me see what I need. Oh, I know what I need. All right. Okay, so you told us that about part of your job is getting these call detail records from phone companies. Can you describe to us what these call detail records look like and what's contained in them?
Certainly. So this is a sample of call detail records. This is one page from the many records that we received. And you can see there's a lot of information here on the page, but there's certain sections that we kind of look at for our analysis. So here on the left-hand side, we have the date and time of events. And when I say events, it could be a voice call, it could be a text message, or it could be a data session. Different carriers provide records for different types of events, but in this case with AT&T, we generally see records with voice, text, and data. But we have the date and time of that event. Sometimes our records are provided in different time zones, and we have to do an adjustment to our local time. But in the older records here that we have, these records were actually provided in our local time. Some of the later records we had were not. So that section again tells us the date and time of the event. So if we're looking for something that happened on a certain day, that's the section that we go to. The next section here involves who's calling who. These are the phone numbers involved, and one of those would be our target number, or the number that the records are for, and the other number would be the person that's either calling that person or being called by that person. So we see also what they call their seizure time, how long it takes to connect the call, and then the elapsed time, how long the call lasts. We will do a lot of summaries of call detail records. It's easier to read when we kind of do it in a different format that allows us to put a name with a number so we know kind of who's calling who. It's a little bit easier to read. But those summaries will come from that section of the records as far as what phone numbers are communicating with whom else. And then the other section that we have here is the location section. So this is the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. And they give us both a unique identifier for it, a number that we can go to a key or a spreadsheet and look up. And in the case of AT&T, they also provide us the latitude and longitude of that cell site. So when we do location analysis, it kind of looks like this. We can just take that latitude and longitude they give us, or which we looked up and confirmed in that key, and we can plot it on the map. And here it's just represented by this blue dot. But that would be the location of the cell site that this handset was communicating with during that particular sample event. Sometimes just knowing where the cell site is sufficient, and we don't really need to know any more. We can do kind of our location analysis. We know this phone was generally in the South Florida area. But our cell sites are almost all broken down into multiple sides or sectors. And so that means they have antennas that are facing different direction, and a handset will communicate with one of those sectors. And we're also provided with that information in the call detail records. So not only do we know where the cell site is, but we know kind of which side of the cell site a handset was on for particular events. And sometimes we will look at that to help narrow down where a handset could have been. So sometimes we'll represent them. You can see here the large blue arrow would represent the sector that the handset was using. The smaller black arrows would represent the other cell sites on that, or other sectors on that cell site that were not being used. But that kind of gives us an idea of how that cell site is divided up. 3 being the most common kind of division of a cell site.
Can you say exactly or precisely on a map where a certain handset is?
No.
Okay. Do you say whether a handset is consistent with a location or inconsistent?
Yes, generally we're provided with an address, and we're asked to say, could this handset have been at this address, this scene, this incident? And so we look at where the cell site is located, we look at the sector the handset is communicating with, and make an opinion as to whether that sector of that cell site services that incident location. And if it does, if we think it's within the coverage area of that particular cell site and sector, then we would say yes, your incident location is included. If that address were to be somewhere far outside of the cell site, that we do not believe the signal from that cell site could reach a handset, then we would say no. That location is excluded, or the handset could not have been there.
If a phone is out of battery or turned off or just not being used at that time, are you able to get locations for that handset at those times?
So that's a good point. We can only make estimations about locations when we have events with location. If they're not in the records, then we don't know where a handset could be. And so yes, in some of those situations, if a handset is not being used, it may still generate data records. So we may still see location information, even if no one is actively making a phone call or sending a text message. And with some of the carriers, we don't see those. We don't see the passive events, and we may not have location information for some time. But yes, we only can make that determination when we have an actual record with location.
All right, so let's get into this case. Can you walk us through Dan Markel's known locations the day that he was murdered on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, we knew that he had been in 3 distinct locations that morning, one being his house, the second being where he dropped his children off at daycare, and then the third being Premier Health and Fitness Center, where he was before returning home. So we knew we had those 3 locations.
Did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at least one of these same locations or more that he was at that morning?
Yes, we did have evidence that he was being followed, at least at the last location. So we did believe that it was a probability that the suspects were possibly at all 3 of those locations around the same time Mr. Markel would have been.
Okay, and the last location with the surveillance video you're speaking of is the Premier Gym?
Yes.
Where the Prius was following him?
Yes.
All right. So how did TPD try to identify who was in that Prius?
The first thing that we did is what we call a tower dump, which is kind of a generic term for collecting all of the events that were processed through any cell sites that could service a particular location. So we gave the carriers those 3 addresses and the time frame that we believe the suspects would have been there, and said, please give us all the events that your cell towers processed and the phone numbers associated with those, and so that we could try to do some analysis and determine if, again, those suspects were following him in those locations.
And which phone companies had cell sites in the area?
At that time, we had T-Mobile, Sprint, Verizon, and AT&T.
Okay, so those 4 companies?
Yes.
So TPD, you said, then subpoenaed those records to get all of the numbers with events in that location?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so state has marked and shown to defense, and the witness in previous proceedings states 93, which is the tower dump of T-Mobile, states 94, tower dump of AT&T, states 95, tower dump of Verizon, states 96, tower dump of Sprint, which all contain certifications of business records. Did you review the tower dumps of all those 4 companies in your analysis in this case?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move states 93 through 96 into evidence of certified business records.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 93 through 96 are admitted at this time.
So, was this analysis of those tower dumps a quicker and easy thing to do?
No, not quick or easy. We do have software that helps us, that we're able to import these records into, and it kind of does some of the hard work for us in the background. But again, the results that we get have to be researched and analyzed and worked from that point.
Okay. After looking through all of the numbers in all of those 4 discs in evidence and all of that data, was there any one number at all of those locations that Markel was at that morning?
There was not.
All right, so since you couldn't find one number that was in every single one of those locations, what did y'all do next?
Well, the next thought was the call, or the tower dump is, again, just kind of a listing of a bunch of phone numbers of handsets that were present in those kind of critical places and times. And at that point, we also had a significant number of records from the subjects in the investigation. So we were actually able to compare the phone numbers of phones that were in the tower dumps with both all of the target numbers or subject numbers that we had obtained records for and all the people that they had talked to. We were able to kind of compare those two data sets to see if something would come out.
Okay, and what did you find?
We did, in comparing these, we did find a number that was common to the tower dump from the Premier Health and Fitness, and it was also a number that had been called into one of the subjects in the investigation.
And which subject was that?
That was Mr. Harvey Adelson.
And that's Charlie Adelson's father?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that call? I want to ask you about the date and time and duration.
Yeah,
Okay,
so this,
go ahead.
sorry, July 1st of 2014, and while it looks like 3 events here, it's actually only 1 call. And this is something that we see in the records. There are a number of routing events that happen when the call is received, and in this case, there's an indication it was routed to voicemail. So that routing shows up as multiple events in the record. So while it looks like more, it is actually only a single phone call.
And what date was this call
Again,
on?
July 1st of 2014.
Okay, and what was the duration of the call?
The duration was 37 seconds.
So that was the time from the time the call connected to the time the call ended.
That's correct.
Okay. Could that be consistent with the 786 caller leaving a voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone?
It could be, yes. All we know is that it was connected for 37 seconds, and there is the indicator of routing to voicemail.
Okay, was there any other communication in the phone records between this 786 number and Harvey Adelson besides this one call, this one 37-second call?
There was not.
And who did the 786 number belong to?
The 786 number belonged to Mr. Sigfredo Garcia.
And so Sigfredo Garcia's number was consistent with being at Premier Gym at the same time of the victim, and that number having this 37-second call on July 1st to Harvey Adelson is what brought him to the forefront.
One way, yes.
Okay. And was Sigfredo Garcia linked to Charlie Adelson?
He was, yes.
Can you show us how?
So again, one of the main analysis that we do with phone records is what we call a frequency report, or just a simple report that tells us who a particular handset communicates with most frequently. Helps us identify people that are significant in their lives, maybe co-conspirators or other people. But again, we do that frequency report. So we looked at his frequency report, and at the very top we had this number that ending in 1312, clearly communicated with a significant number of times by Mr. Garcia.
And who did the 786-1312 number
So the
belong to?
1312 number was Miss Magbanowa's.
Okay, and how was she linked to Charlie Adelson?
Again, looking at her frequency, or who she communicated with the most, we see her second most frequent contact was a number ending in 9223.
And who did that 9223 number belong to?
That was Mr. Charlie Adelson.
Who was another one of Sigfredo Garcia's top contacts besides Catherine Magbanowa?
So we did look at all of his contacts, or all the people in his frequency report, to attempt to identify who he may have been with. Going back to the tower dump return, we found that there was a phone number in the AT&T tower dump return, also from Premier, that number was also in Mr. Garcia's frequency report. So someone that he communicated with relatively frequently was also here in Tallahassee at the same time.
And who does the 8153 number belong to that was here at the same time?
That was Mr. Rivera's.
All right, looking at your next slide, does anyone else in this chart have phone contact with Sigfredo Garcia down at the bottom, or Luis Rivera right next to him, other than Catherine Magbanowa and that 137-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
No.
Okay, so speaking of that July 1st, 2014 37-second call, was it your understanding through this investigation that that call came after an incident where Garcia confronted Magbanua and Charlie Adelson on July 1st when they were going to take out jet skis, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone?
Yes.
In looking at Charlie Adelson's iCloud, were there messages that reference the message left on July 1st?
There are, yes.
Okay. Can you show us those messages? Or yeah, what do we have here?
This is just a sample of the Cellbrite report that we've been talking about. We can see that this is just containing the one message, but this is an example of how the Cellbrite report looks and how we're able to go through and get information. For most of our summaries, we will convert those out into something that's a little bit easier to read. You can see that the print's kind of small and there's all kinds of information in there. So when we do these summaries of the text messages, we will kind of bring them out into these bigger bubbles. But we have the two messages here on the left that are from Ms. Magbanua and the response from Mr. Adelson. And again, this is July 2nd of 2014.
Okay. And in this message from Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanua on July 2nd, 2014, so this would be the day after the 37-second call to Harvey Adelson's phone?
That's correct.
Okay. Charlie Adelson says, "I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy."
Yes.
Okay. And then he says that leaving messages is so childish, but whatever.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Was Luis Rivera interviewed by law enforcement back in 2016?
He was, yes.
All right. And did he admit that he and Garcia were in fact in that Prius at Premier Gym that followed Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He did, yes.
All right. And did both Garcia and Rivera live in Miami back in 2014 to 2016, that time range?
Yes.
Did Rivera tell law enforcement during his interview about an additional trip to Tallahassee besides the one that law enforcement already knew about, where Dan Markel was killed on July 18th?
He did, yes.
Okay. What did y'all do once you learned that information, that before the murder there was this first trip or additional trip to Tallahassee?
Well, we certainly investigated that. We looked at the records that we had to see if we could confirm that trip, and then researched other evidence that we may have been able to collect to document that trip.
And were you able to see from the records that Luis Rivera traveled to Tallahassee not only in July of 2014, but also in June of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to go now in chronological order, starting with the June trip and then going into the July trip, which culminated in Dan Markel being murdered. All right. Looking first at June 2nd of 2014, what did law enforcement find evidence of that happened that day?
The first thing that we found was the rental contract for a rental vehicle that was ultimately driven up here. With that contract, we see that it was in the name of Mr. Garcia. We see the vehicle description here on the right-hand side is a Nissan Altima. And we have a due in the contract that indicates it was due back on June 5th at 8:50 p.m.
Okay. Using that date and time it was due back, what time was law enforcement able to determine that it was rented?
Knowing that they were 24-hour rental periods from this company, then it was logical that it was rented around 8:50 p.m. So we looked at records in that time frame.
Okay, so around 8:50 p.m. on
June 2nd.
June 2nd. Okay,
Yes.
so 3 days before. All right, you mentioned it's a Nissan Altima that he rented. What color was that Nissan Altima?
Silver.
And this is Sigfredo Garcia that's renting this vehicle?
That's correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on this rental contract?
It does not.
Okay, and you said that this is from Comfort Rental?
Yes.
All right, was there any phone evidence or records to show how the rental car was picked up on
Yes.
June 2nd?
So we know the location of the Comfort Rent-A-Car, here represented by the yellow flag and the label Comfort Rent-A-Car, and we also have Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time. Looking at her phone records, the cell sites that her handset was communicating with the evening of June 2nd, We can see on the top right here, there's a cell site at 825, which is near her residence. We have another cell site at 834, where the handset is moved kind of west and south a little bit. And then we see events on the left-hand side, 853 through 858, where her handset is now communicating with a cell site much closer to the Comfort rental car.
Did Sigfredo Garcia's phone records from June of 2014 have location information?
They did not.
And why not? Why might that happen?
He was a Metro PCS customer, and at that time, T-Mobile was going through an acquisition of Metro PCS, and the record keeping was a bit sketchy. We ended up obtaining records from both T-Mobile and Metro PCS, and we went back on multiple occasions to try to get more, but we were able to get basically partial records from both providers, but nothing that had location information for the June trip.
Okay. Okay, so we see that you've plotted her cell phone locations on this map, or the cell site locations that her phone was using on this map. After she's consistent with the area of Comfort rental from 853 to 858, does she stay in the area, or does she travel back to her home?
She will travel back. Here we can see for those events, when looking at the specific sector that her handset was using, it's further consistent with the Comfort rental car location. And then as you ask, she has events here we see on the left at 917, consistent with moving away from Comfort rental car, and then the next event with the location to the right-hand side being at 943 and 1001, which will be consistent with her returning to the area of her residence.
Did you look at the records to see who Catherine Ragbanois and any other parties in this case were talking to during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that communication?
So this is, again, the call details summary. So this is where we've taken all of those kind of hard to read records from the carrier, and we've put them in our software, and it's able to print out a report for us that's kind of easier to follow. We're able to attach names to phone numbers, and we're able to do time adjustments if we need to, so that we make sure that all of our records are in the correct time zone as well. So these are the communications starting at about 8:25 and running through approximately 11:30 for that evening of June 2nd. This is during the period of time that this rental car is being picked up, and Ms. Magbano and Mr. Garcia are traveling back and forth.
That first call that we see to Geico, would that call be kind of during the time that she would be driving out to the Comfort rental area?
Yes.
Is she speaking to Sigfredo Garcia at all during that time frame where she's traveling out to Comfort?
She is not.
Could that be consistent with them being together during that time?
It could be, yes.
All right, so then looking at during the time that she's at Comfort and the time period, which was 8:53 to 8:57, I believe, and the time period when she's traveling back to her home, who is she on the phone with during that time?
She communicates with Mr. Adelson, primarily.
Okay, can you tell us the duration of those calls with Charlie Adelson?
I can. The first at 8:57 is actually an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson to Ms. Magbanoa for 1 minute and 8 seconds. We have a call at 9:17 p.m. from Ms. Magbanoa to Mr. Adelson that is 25 minutes and 27 seconds long.
And that's the third call down from the top we see?
That's correct.
Okay, so that 25-minute call, she would have been on the phone with him for much of her drive back home from the car rental?
That's correct.
And who does she call as soon as she gets back home from the car rental after she hangs up with Mr. Adelson?
We have outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia at 10:01.
Okay. Now, I want you to walk us through this in just a second, and do we expect most of these parties to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that the Adelsons are family members, given that Charlie Adelson is in a dating relationship with Catherine Ragbanois, and that Catherine Ragbanois has children with Garcia, with Sigfredo Garcia? Would we expect those folks to be talking to the person that they're in their respective relationship with?
Yes, I believe we would.
Okay, so are you going to be walking us throughout your presentation certain periods of communication, though, that stood out to investigators?
Yes.
And why did those, since these are people that all may be talking to each other anyway on a daily basis, why did these certain periods stick out to investigators?
Well, these are communications that occurred during periods of time where significant events were happening in this crime. And so this is the evening that the rental car, this is the first rental car, is being picked up, and this is the rental car that will subsequently be driven to Tallahassee in an attempt to murder Mr. Markel. So it's kind of the first, from my perspective and what I can see in the records, it's the first kind of physical act that I can see where there's something actually happening. Someone's traveling someplace to pick up a vehicle to go and do this thing. So that's why this period stood out. There are communications that occur during the trips while Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are in Tallahassee. There are communications that occur then and communications that occur upon their return after the eventual homicide of Mr. Markel.
Are there other things about certain communications that stand out to investigators, like a quick turnaround between phone calls?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We can see in this demonstrative here, the third call down we talked about is 25 minutes and 27 seconds. So Ms. Magbanowa and Mr. Adelson would have been on the phone from 9:17, add 25 minutes to that. And we see at 9:44, which is just about the time that call would have ended, Mr. Adelson then makes an outgoing call to the Adelson residence, also for 25 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay, so looking at situations where one of these conspirators hangs up with one and immediately calls the other, that could be something that stands out to investigators.
Yes.
Okay. And then is another, I guess, detail in the communications, maybe calling a number that they might not ordinarily call?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if you could walk us through the communications that we see, as you said, on like the night that the first physical act of this murder is occurring, during this first trip to Tallahassee where this car is being rented.
So again, to help kind of visualize the calls, we can look at our subjects and then look at our communications. So we already mentioned the 8:57 call where Mr. Adelson calls in to Ms. Magbanowa, just over a minute. We have the next call at 9:17 p.m. This was the 27 or 25 minute phone call that we talked about.
And that's on while she's on the way back from Comfort to her home?
That's correct.
Okay.
And so in this relatively short time frame, we're also kind of keeping track up here on this one at the top, how much kind of the total time of communications that we have. So again, at 9:31, Wendi Adelson text Harvey Adelson. The phone call we already talked about from Mr. Adelson to the Adelson residence for 25 minutes. Catherine Magbanowa then communicating with Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia back to Ms. Magbanowa. Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. This is 10:16, and that's a 5-minute phone call, a little over 5 minutes. Charlie Adelson calls back for a little over 3 minutes. Ms. Magbanowa is communicating with Mr. Garcia again, and then Mr. Adelson for another 23-minute phone call. And then text messages from Mr. Garcia, or call and then text from Mr. Garcia to Ms. Magbanowa. So about an hour and 25 minutes of communication between our parties in this time frame.
Okay.
More here, 11:05, short calls or a 27-second call, and then a 4-minute phone call from Ms. Magbanowa to Mr. Garcia. Again, communication from Mr. Garcia back to Ms. Magbanowa. And that was the last.
All right, we saw a call from Charlie Adelson. You mentioned it. Catherine Magbanowa was talking to Charlie Adelson on her way back from dropping Garcia off at Comfort Rental. She talks to Charlie Adelson for 25 minutes on her way back, and then Charlie Adelson, after he gets off that call, calls his parents' landline, Harvey and Donna Adelson's landline.
That's correct.
Okay. Does the defendant, Charlie Adelson, most often talk to his parents on their cell phones or on their home landline?
We looked at, again, for all the records that we had for Mr. Adelson, and our analytical software is able to kind of tally up for us how many communications are with the cell phones, the combined cell phones of Mr. Harvey and Ms. Donna Adelson, compared to their landline or their home phone. And again, we know that events kind of make multiple records, and so we know that it may not be exactly 3,868 calls, but not all calls are completed, all of those. But statistically, we can see that there were only 28 contacts or attempted contacts between Mr. Adelson's cell phone and the Adelson residence, compared to a significantly greater number to the cell phones.
So you said 99.3% of his communication is with his parents' cell phones as opposed to the 0.7% of time he calls the landline.
That's correct.
All right. And are there actually, you said 28 contacts or 0.07%. Those 28 contacts, those are from May of 2014 through March of 2016, almost 2 years. There's only 28 contacts total.
That's correct.
And this is one of them that happened that night.
Yes.
And that was at a time, also in that call flurry you just showed us, there were calls where there was a long duration of a call to Harvey Adelson's cell phone as well, too, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar, I want to talk a little bit more about this landline call before we move on. Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson on the wiretap, where Charlie Adelson tells people who call him on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As somebody who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception, whether it be wrong or right, but is there a perception that talking on a landline phone is safer than talking on a cell phone as far as who can listen in or whether law enforcement can listen in?
Yes, I believe there is.
All right, where was Rivera's handset during this time where the car was rented?
So again, knowing the approximate time for the car rental, we looked at Mr. Rivera's cell sites that his handset was using, and we can see that they're consistent with the area of his residence and would be inconsistent with the area of Comfort Rental.
Is there any evidence that Rivera was involved with the rental of this vehicle?
There's not.
All right, do we have any other evidence that law enforcement was able to find to show who rented the car on June 2nd besides the last rental contract we saw?
Yes, I believe you mentioned earlier a traffic citation. We did recover a traffic citation that was issued to Mr. Garcia, and in that we can see that he is driving the rental vehicle, the same information from the rental contract.
Okay, and was this citation from 9:48 p.m. on June 2nd?
It is, yes.
So within an hour of renting this car, he got a traffic ticket.
He did.
All right, and that was in that silver Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the statement that Jeffrey Lacoste drives a silver Nissan vehicle or drove that at the time of this murder?
I am familiar with that, yes.
Now, did this traffic ticket create a record that law enforcement would be in possession of? And that record memorialized the fact that Sigfredo Garcia is driving this silver Nissan rental car from Comfort on that day?
Yes.
All right, so after he got that traffic ticket that memorializes that law enforcement is going to have, what did he do next?
There was a change of vehicles. So we have an additional contract from Comfort Rental Car that indicates the vehicle was changed out for a blue Hyundai.
Okay, so then he goes back to Comfort, rents a different car.
That's correct.
All right, this time a blue Hyundai. And again, was it Garcia renting it and not Rivera?
That's correct.
All right. What can you tell us about the travel of Luis Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So again, Mr. Rivera is the only one that we have location information on for this period. And again, just looking at the cell sites that his handset is communicating with, we can see that it's consistent with leaving the South Florida, Miami area. We see down here at the bottom right, early morning hours of June 4th of 2014. And then we can see that it is consistent with getting into Tallahassee the early morning or later morning of June 4th.
Was Rivera's phone ever consistent with being near the victim, Dan Markel's home on Trescott Drive, the following day on June 5th of 2014?
Yes, we did see a number of events where his handset was communicating with a cell site and a sector very close to Mr. Markel's residence.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement in his interview that they were at a park near Markel's house?
Yes,
Was the phone information here, was that consistent with Winthrop Park near Trescott Drive?
it is. We can see here at the top the location of Trescott Drive, and the blue kind of square there represents the GPS information for the rental vehicle. The rental companies did have kind of asset recovery tracking on their vehicles, and they provided a location for the rental vehicle at 3:17 p.m. here on June 5th. And we can see that the vehicle and the cell site just down here would both be consistent with Winthrop Park, just on the south side of Benton Road there.
And sometime after this surveillance of Dan Markel, did Luis Rivera's handset end up traveling back down to the Miami area?
It did, yes. Immediately after that, we can see that the handset, again, just looking at the cell sites, would be consistent with traveling back down to the South Florida area that afternoon and evening of June 5th of 2014.
All right, did you look at the records to see what the communication, if any, was between the different parties during this June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
And again, just merely bracketing the period of time that the trip to Tallahassee was occurring, we can look at the communications. This is a summary of just the subjects in our investigation and other targets. So we've eliminated all the other people they're talking to and just focused on the phone calls where they're talking to other subjects in the investigation. But we can see that there are a number of events from the 2nd through the 5th.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson contact Catherine McVanwa a number of times during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Was that about 10 times?
Yes. So again, looking at this, just this time kind of tallying up the number of contacts between our subjects, we can see, yes, Mr. Adelson contacted Ms. Magbanua 10 times in this time frame.
What about Catherine McVanwa to Charlie Adelson?
7 times.
And what about Catherine McVanwa and Sigfredo Garcia?
12 times.
What about Sigfredo to Catherine McVanwa?
5 times.
What about Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
5 times.
What about Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson?
2 times.
What about Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson?
2 times.
What about Wendi Adelson to Harvey Adelson?
1 time.
And what about contacts to Wendi Adelson to the Harvey and Donna landline?
We have 1 contact there.
Okay. And what about Wendi Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
We have Charlie and Harvey 1 time.
Okay.
We have Wendi and Charlie 1 time. Harvey and Donna 1 time. Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Rivera 1 time.
And was that at his number he had in July of 2014, or was that an old number for him?
That was an old number for him.
Is that number, though, listed as Tato in her phone?
It is, yes.
Okay. But it wasn't working at the time of, or for the call detail records we have his new number.
That's correct.
Okay. So he had a new number at the time, even though she's calling an old number and not getting in touch with him.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. And what about Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia?
We do see 1 contact between them as well.
Okay. All right, looking at June 6th of 2014, what can you tell us about the location of the rental vehicle that day?
Again, we were able to obtain kind of periodic locations for the vehicle. It was not constant tracking, but we were provided with another location that was at 8:48 a.m. on June 6th. We can see the location of the rental car by the blue square and its proximity to Ms. Magbanua's residence.
So was that consistent with her being at her residence at that time?
It's consistent with the rental car being near her residence at that time.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about a message from the Cellbrite of Wendi Adelson's cell phone from July 6th of 2014. So chronologically, this is going to be after the June trip that we just saw, and it's going to be before the July trip where Dan Markel ended up being murdered. Was there a text sent on July 6th by Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel?
Yes.
All right. Can you show that to us? Okay, what does this text say?
From Wendi Adelson, it inquires of Mr. Markel, are you in Tallahassee July 14th through the 18th? I just wanted to know if I can have the kiddos on the 16th. Thanks.
Okay, and he says yes, you can.
He does.
All right, the dates that we see that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? July 14th through 18th.
Those would encompass the second trip to Tallahassee where Mr. Markel was murdered.
What happened on July 15th, which is in that date range?
15th would have been, I believe, the first rental vehicle.
So the Prius?
Or second rental vehicle, sorry.
Okay, so the Prius was rented on July 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And then on July 16th, that was the date that they traveled to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Garcia and Rivera, I mean.
That's correct.
And on the 18th is when Dan Markel was murdered?
Correct.
Where was Wendi Adelson when this text message was sent?
So looking at her cell sites, we can see that she is in South Florida at this time. That text was sent, we see here around 10:47 to 10:49 is the AM, is the text exchange. 10:14 is the closest event that we have with cell site location for her. And we can see the location of the icon, which was the residence of Mr. Harvey and Donna Adelson at that time.
So Harvey and Donna Adelson lived in a condo in the Icon building?
Yes.
At that time? Okay. Where was Charlie Adelson, the defendant, when that text message was sent?
So we have location information for him in the early morning hours of the 6th at 12:30 a.m. and the next event being at 11:46 a.m. Both of those are consistent with the proximity to Ms. Magbanowa's residence. Again, we don't have an event exactly at the time of that text message.
Now, July 6, 2014, was that a weekend day, a Saturday or a Sunday, I believe?
I believe it was, yes.
Was that weekend the weekend of Harvey Adelson's birthday at the Adelson residence?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson also go to his parents' home at the Icon on that day that this message was sent?
He did, yes. For events starting about 12:28 in the afternoon of that date through a little after 9, all of his communication events are connecting to cell sites in that area of the Icon.
All right, so now I want to go forward to the July trip to Tallahassee. Can you walk us through, well, I want to talk about the location information surrounding the trip to Tallahassee that took place that week of July 14th that we saw referenced in the text message before. Whose phone records did you have location information for the July trip?
As far as those traveling, we had location for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera.
Okay, so before we had only Rivera, but now we've got both for the July trip.
That's correct.
Okay, was it a similar situation as the June trip where they rented a car in Miami and drove to Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right. You told us before that July 15th was the day that car, that Prius, was rented. For the June trip, we looked at the night before the car was rented, and we saw some activity and some things on that day. Did you look at the night before the Prius was rented on July 14th, 2014 for the July trip?
We did, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that night before the Prius was rented? Walk us through the communications and what happened that night.
So we see communication here between Ms. Magbanowa, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Mr. Garcia. We have some calls starting here in this summary a little after 7 p.m. and going through just prior to 2 a.m. will be the morning of the 15th.
And when you say between the three of them, you mean Catherine Magbanowa was talking to Charlie Adelson, and then Catherine Magbanowa was also talking to Sigfredo Garcia at different times?
That's correct.
Okay. Garcia and Adelson are never talking.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Were you able to find location data or any mess?
And looking on that date, where he indicates he just tried calling her. We see that's at 8:56. At the top, we can see there was, in fact, at 8:53, an outbound call from Mr. Adelson to Ms. Magbanowa that only had a 1-second duration.
Does his handset end up going down towards her residence?
It does, yes. He indicates in messages that he's 5 minutes away and then on 79 in response to her request to eat closer to her. And then we can see he has a cell site event at 9:27 p.m. where, again, his handset will be in the proximity of Ms. Magbanowa's residence.
Okay. And what time did he end up leaving that residence for good that night?
Well, there's some travel around after that. The handset returns to that area a little before 12:40. We have an event at 12:42 a.m. where we can see the handset is again in the area of Ms. Magbanowa's residence. And then the next event we have at 1:02 a.m. we can see here to the left and up indicates that the handset has moved away from the area of her residence.
Okay. Now going back, if you don't mind, to the call flurry, to the list of calls we saw, who does Catherine Magbanowa communicate with immediately after Charlie Adelson leaves the area consistent with her home that night?
So we see down the list here at 12:48 a.m.
So that's about halfway through?
That's about halfway through, yes.
Okay.
We see an outbound call from Ms. Magbanowa to Mr. Garcia.
Okay. And what time did you have him last consistent with her residence?
That was at 12:42.
Okay, so 12:42 a.m. is the last time that Charlie Adelson is consistent with Magbanowa's residence. After he leaves the area, we then see him quite a bit north at 1-something a.m.
Correct.
Approximately 6 minutes, though, after he last is consistent with the area, she's calling Sigfredo Garcia.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Can we now look at July 15th of 2014, which is going to be the day of the Prius rental?
Yes. Again, we have a number of communications between all of our parties for that day. And again, this summary is limited to just those persons. But we can see as we go through here, one of the first calls, Mr. Garcia does communicate with other people in the overnight hour, but we see that at 9 a.m., he makes an outbound call to the Comfort Rental Car, which is the same rental company from the previous vehicle rental.
So we see Charlie Adelson leave the area consistent with her residence at 12:42. Then she calls Garcia at 12:48, and then there's a number of other rental, basically first thing in the morning, as soon as that, probably shortly after that company would have opened. Okay. All right. So he calls Comfort Rental, and then what happens next?
There's a series of calls throughout the day between, again, all of our parties. We see that at 4:28 p.m. Is when he makes a call to Hybrid or Save Gas, which ended up being the rental company for the Prius. We see that call is made, and we see that there are a number of communications between, again, all of our parties, but ending down here at the bottom, just after 6, with Mr. Rivera, between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera.
Was there regular communication between Garcia and Magbanowa that day?
There was, yes.
And Garcia and Rivera?
Yes.
All right. So was law enforcement able to find that car rental agreement from Save Gas?
We were, yes.
All right. Can you walk us through that?
So again, just a couple of excerpts from that rental contract. We can see that the renter's name is Luis Rivera. We see written above that the indication of brother, and it provides a phone number that is Mr. Garcia's phone number. And then down here at the bottom, we can see the Toyota Prius. We can see the color of it, the license plate, but that's the vehicle information, and that it shows being out at 6:15 p.m.
Okay, can you tell us about their locations at that time? Did they have locations consistent with being at that rental?
So looking at both of their location information, Mr. Rivera, by the nature of his carrier, has more events. He has several events with a cell site in very close proximity to the Save Gas rental. And Mr. Garcia has an event at 6:11. Again, the car was out at 6:15. And he has an event also on a cell site in the immediate area of the Save Gas rental.
All right, can you walk us through the communication between all of these players the day that this car was rented and right afterwards?
So again, the evening time hours on the date of this rental, we can see that there are a number of communications, and again, kind of looking at a summary of that, looking at the communications this time just between people, kind of tallying those together. But we can see that Charlie Adelson contacts the Adelson residence 3 times. Again, this is the evening hours of the 15th. 3 times for a combined 44 minutes and 17 seconds.
And so you said before that there's only 28 calls total from him to his parents' residence from 2013 to 2016. But now from the time that the first car was rented that night and then now again the time that the second car was rented, 4 of those 28 calls are those days.
Yes.
Okay. What's next?
We have Mr. Harvey Adelson being contacted by the Adelson residence.
Could that be consistent with Donna Adelson being present at the residence and talking at on the landline phone?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
We have 5 communications between Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Ms. Magbanua, combined a little over 11, almost 12 minutes of communication. 32 times. Again, communications or attempted communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Only about 7 minutes and 41 seconds of communication. Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia communicate 10 times. A little over 3 minutes of communication. I believe that's it.
Okay. And on July 15th, did any of the parties ever meet up that night?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Well, we see in, again, going back to the call detail summary, this is Mr. Garcia's records. We see that he has a number of communications to Ms. Magbanua, and that ends at 9:30. So we have a number of attempts. We see here 8:45 up through 9:30, a number of communications or attempts, and then it kind of ends at 9:30. So what we see looking at Ms. Magbanua's locations, that will be consistent with her being at her residence. And then if we look at Mr. Garcia's resident or Mr. Garcia's cell site information after that 9:30 time frame, we see that his location information would also be consistent with her residence.
Okay, and was there a GPS that that pinged that night, and where was that?
Yes, and we also see that, again, another location from the rental vehicle, and we see it's represented by the blue square, its proximity to her residence.
Okay, and did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area the next day on July 16th of 2014?
They did, yes. Here again we have Mr. Rivera's information represented by the blue towers, Mr. Garcia by the orange, and we can see that both of their handsets are consistent with traveling from Miami to Tallahassee. Obviously, we have a number of events here in this time frame, and so we can't see every single time. Some of them are kind of hidden behind other labels, but we can pretty clearly see the general time frame of that trip getting into Tallahassee in the very early morning hours of the 17th.
All right, were either of their phones ever consistent with being near Markel's residence on Trescott on July 17th, the next day, which was the day that Rivera said that they were doing some surveillance on Markel?
Yes, again, here we see the location of Mr. Markel's residence on Trescott Drive by the yellow flag. We see the blue arrows that represent the cell sites and sectors that Mr. Rivera's handset was communicating with. We can see how those are oriented, that they're both towards the area of Mr. Adelson's or Mr. Markel's residence. We also see a cell site and sector represented by the orange arrow for Mr. Garcia. We see it's also oriented towards the residence and will be consistent with being in that area.
Was there communication between all the conspirators between July 16th and July 17th during this travel to Tallahassee and on the day that there was surveillance done in Tallahassee on July 16th and 17th?
Yes, again, this is just the summary of the communication during that time frame. We can see again that there are a number of communications between our involved parties.
If we could focus in on the very late night hours on July 17th of 2014. So this would be the night before Dan Markel was murdered.
That's correct. The night before and into the very early morning hours of Mr. Markel's murder. We do see events here starting at 10:18, and same thing, we can kind of look through and see who's communicating with who. 10:18, we have a call from Charlie Adelson to Don Adelson for about 4.5 minutes. Another call for just over 4 minutes at 10:29. We have Ms. Magbanowa again attempting to contact Mr. Rivera at the old number, same number we saw earlier. Ms. Magbanowa attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Another attempt to Mr. Rivera's old number. We're now at 11:41. There is a call to Mr. Garcia for about 10 minutes.
Could these calls previous to that be consistent with her not being able to reach Garcia, so she calls a friend of his to try to talk to him?
Yes, generally preceding the calls to Mr. Rivera's old number, we see attempts into Mr. Garcia where they do not appear to connect. They're very short duration, which could be consistent with her not being able to get hold of Mr. Garcia, and then the attempt to Mr. Rivera's old number.
Okay, so it ringing or maybe leaving a voicemail, but not like some long conversation.
Correct.
Okay, so what's next?
See 12:01, Ms. Magbanowa again reached out for Mr. Garcia. 12:07, Mr. Charlie Adelson is contacting Ms. Magbanowa, a little over 3.5 minutes. 12:30, Ms. Magbanowa calls Mr. Adelson back, 53 seconds. There's an outgoing call at 1:02. It does not really have a duration, but there is an outgoing call in Mr. Adelson's records to Donna Adelson.
And this is at 1 a.m.?
That's at 1:02 a.m.
Okay, and then what does he do next?
And then at 1:03, immediately after, there is the outbound call to Ms. Magbanowa for almost 20 minutes.
All right, so now if we can go to the next day, July 18th of 2014, the day Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about communication between all of these players that morning?
So again, same summary for the morning of the 18th. We can see communications between our involved subjects here, and we have an indication here this would represent the time that Mr. Markel was murdered between these events, and we can look at these kind of in detail again as we have.
Okay, and what do we see as far as their communication?
So here we have also included the information from Wendi Adelson's forensic extraction or her Cellbrite report. So we're able to see other things that were contained in her phone. And one of the first things we see is that she had a calendar entry for that day for listed as fixed TV.
Now we see that it's deleted.
Yes.
When would that have been deleted?
Sometime prior to our analysis of the handset.
And your analysis of the handset was done that same day?
It was done, yes, the afternoon of the 18th.
Okay. So this calendar event, fixed TV, was deleted at some point before her phone was taken by law enforcement and looked at that afternoon?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Then we see that there is an outbound call from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
And that's starting at 8:09 in the morning?
That's correct.
Okay.
An immediate return attempt, and then a text message. Again, this is from Wendi Adelson's handset itself, but there is a return text message or a text message from Don Adelson to Wendi communicating about Best Buy and coming by for the repair of the TVs.
Okay, she says, Best Buy just called me and I told them to confirm with you. They are on their way over now to help you with the TV set in your living room.
Yes.
Okay. All right, what's next?
We have a text from Wendi Adelson to Charlie Adelson stating, "This is so sweet."
We see that that's deleted.
It is, yes.
That would have also been deleted prior to law enforcement analyzing her cell phone that afternoon, the same day as Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
Okay, what's next?
An attempt from Charlie Adelson to call Wendi Adelson. And then a return call from Wendi Adelson to Charlie that lasted just over 18 minutes.
Okay, and what about after that 18-minute call between Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson?
Well, this will probably be almost during that, but there's a 9:38 call, or just after that, from Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson, an attempt for 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 9:57, again, an outbound from Charlie Adelson to Miss Magbanowa, 12 seconds. Return call, 9:58, 13 seconds. And again, Mr. Adelson to Miss Magbanowa for 6 minutes and 46 seconds. Charlie Adelson again attempts to call Wendi Adelson at 10:06 a.m. 10:07, 10:08, there's a couple of contacts between Miss Magbanowa and Mr. Adelson, one just over a minute and one about 9 seconds. And then 10:09, Charlie Adelson call to Miss Magbanowa for 5 minutes and 54 seconds. I believe that's all.
All right, and then I guess the last time we have here is 10:09 a.m. By less than an hour after that, Dan Markel is murdered.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so what can you tell us about, I know you already showed us Dan Markel's locations the morning that he was murdered. Could you show those to us one more time?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So again, we have the Trescott Drive where he departed from, the Creative Preschool where he dropped his kids off, and Premier Health and Fitness where he worked out before returning back to Trescott Drive.
What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's handset locations that morning, looking at phone records and also any other evidence that law enforcement was able to gather?
So again, from the surveillance video of Premier Health and Fitness, we do see the green Prius entering the parking lot. Following Mr. Markel, we know from Mr. Garcia's records, we have events at 9:36 a.m. and 9:58 a.m. where his handset is communicating with a cell site in a sector that will be consistent with Premier Health and Fitness. And Mr. Rivera's handset has the events we see here between about 9:14 and 9:44, all of them together, that are communicating with two different cell sites and sectors, again, both of which would be consistent with a handset being at or near Premier Health and Fitness.
And these are two different carriers, you said, right?
That's correct.
But they're in the same location, even though they're communicating with cell sites that are in different places.
Yes, sometimes the carriers are what we call co-located, where we may have more than one carrier at the same set base, same site, sometimes on the same tower or same equipment, and then sometimes they will have towers that are not that close or in different locations from the other carriers. So here we can see between the orange arrows and the blue arrows that AT&T and T-Mobile have some cell sites that are close together and some that are further apart. But all of those, the ones that are being used, will be consistent with a handset at or near their Premier Health and Fitness.
All right, so even though they don't have any other locations after 9:58 a.m. for cell phone events, what time do we know that they left the Premier Gym area from the surveillance video?
We see the time on the surveillance video just after 10:38 a.m. We see Mr. Markel's vehicle, and then we see the green Prius, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Rivera, again leaving the gym area.
All right, so Garcia's last location from his cell phone records was 9:58 a.m. when he was consistent with Premier. What's the location for his next active event on his cell phone?
So the next event that we see is at 12:30 p.m. We can see here that it has traveled a reasonable distance from Tallahassee before we see that next event.
And is he the orange dot here with 12:30 p.m. next to it?
He is, yes.
Okay. That's looks around about Gainesville-ish area,
North of that, yes.
a little north of Gainesville. All right, so that's the first phone call that Garcia made after leaving Premier.
Yes, that's the first event with location that we have.
Looking at his phone records, what do his phone records indicate about the status of his phone during that time where we don't see any events?
Well, what we see the 9:58 event, an incoming text. We see some events, 12:18, 12:19. There's 2 incoming calls from this 305 number, very short duration, and we don't see locations for those. So those calls did not reach the handset. Powered off, battery went dead, broken, whatever it may be, but those calls did not reach the handset. 12:29 and 12:30, we see these short codes or these short 3-digit numbers here, and those are associated with T-Mobile voicemail events. And then immediately at 12:30, we have the outgoing voice call that provides location. So that would indicate that the handset was now back in service with the network.
And could that be consistent with him turning off his phone after he left Premier and then powering it back on after he figured he was far enough away from Tallahassee?
It could be consistent with that, yes.
And then who was his first call at 12:30 when he was north of Gainesville? Who was the first call that either of these Garcia or Rivera makes after the murder?
Miss Bagbanowin.
Okay, can you show that to us? That was the 12:30 call?
Yes,
We see a very short duration. Is that 20 seconds?
it is, yes.
Okay. All right, switching gears here. I want to see where Wendi Adelson was during that late morning, early afternoon time when Markel was murdered and during the couple hours after. Are you familiar with her statement about her locations on July 18th as far as being at home for her TV repair appointment, then going to ABC Liquors to buy a gift, and then going to lunch at Mosaic?
Yes, I am.
All right, based on her call detail records, were you able to determine what time she would have gone by the Trescott Drive area?
Yes, we do know the location of her residence at the time here on Aqua Ridge Way. We do know that she was going to the ABC. This was located on Thomasville Road. Looking at her records, she has a rather lengthy voice call. Begins at 12:31 p.m. We see that's on a cell site that would be consistent with the general area of her residence. We see at 12:35 p.m., kind of in the middle of the screen here, her handset's now kind of halfway between there, and then that call ends at 12:47 p.m. and it ends on a cell site here very close to ABC liquor store. So looking at that, again, the receipt time, 12:49, the call ending time, 12:47, we can kind of approximate that she would have been by the Trescott residence, at 10 or so minutes earlier than that.
Okay, are you familiar with Officer Brandon's statements that he saw a person in a red van that matched the description of Wendi Adelson's vehicle at the roadblock at Trescott Drive that day in the 12 to 1 o'clock hour?
Yes.
All right. About what time would she have been in the area of Trescott Drive when she's on her way from home to ABC?
Well, again, I would say sometime between 12:35 and 12:47, or 12:49 for sure at the absolute, because she would have been in the store at that point for the transaction. So sometime in that 12:40 time frame.
Okay. Now, did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
He did, yes.
All right, and he had taken them to school that morning, right?
Yes.
All right, looking at her cell bright, were you able to see her calls that morning after she would have passed this Trescott Drive area?
Yes.
All right. After driving by that street, the road being blocked, the crime scene tape, and police cars, did she attempt to contact Dan Markel to make sure he was okay or the kids were okay?
Here we've kind of highlighted the calls that were made after that time, starting at 12:47, and we can see that they're to a variety of people. None of them were Mr. Markel.
Did she attempt to contact creative preschool to make sure the kids made it to school? There wasn't some type of incident at the house.
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to check and see what was going on since her kids were staying on that street?
She did not.
She just continued on to ABC and then up to Mosaic?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the area at Thomasville Road and I-10 where Mosaic was located back in 2014 when it was around?
Yes.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July of 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, which ones?
So we have the Publix liquor store. They're off of Thomasville Road, Market Square Liquors, Market Square Shopping Center, and there is another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
What route could she have taken to one of those 3 liquor stores?
Of many, one of the routes is the one depicted here by the red dashed lines, which would have taken her up Centerville Road and then over to Thomasville and down to Mosaic.
What route did she actually take to go to the ABC liquor down on Thomasville and then to Mosaic?
So we can see here her path would have been the purple line, and the shortest distance again being the red dotted line.
Now I know, obviously that looks like the shortest distance, but how much shorter are we talking about?
Oops. So we can only, our mapping, our GIS software is able to provide approximate travel times and distances, kind of like Google Maps. And so what we can see is that the miles for the shortest route would have been 3.63, and they estimate travel time in about 11 minutes. The other travel was almost 9.5 miles, which they estimate travel at a little over 20 minutes.
Okay, so switching gears here again one more time. Still on July 18th, but now switching back to Garcia and Rivera, who we last heard had their cell phone records were consistent with turning off the phones, turning them back on again above Gainesville, a call from Garcia to Magbanua for 20 seconds. What happens after that?
So again, yes, we see their travel back. There's fewer communications, fewer dots on the map during their return.
Fewer dots than when they drove up?
Correct, sorry, yes.
Okay.
We see they reach the South Florida area in just after 6 p.m. On the evening or afternoon of the 18th. And then the first thing that we see or information we have is a ATM transaction from Mr. Rivera.
Okay. Based on the ATM transaction that was seen in the bank records, what did law enforcement do?
So first we look at the location information from the handsets to make sure that it's consistent. We do see around the time of that transaction, we do see both Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's handsets communicating with cell sites around the area of the bank. And then investigators were able to locate the surveillance video from the ATM. We can see Mr. Rivera, we see Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and we see the green Prius.
Okay. Continuing on, once they get back to Miami, after they go to this ATM, can you show us the communication between all these parties on July 18th that evening? Okay,
Yes.
So what we see here is all the communication between all of these parties, starting at that 12:30 call from Garcia to Magbanua, and then down through midnight that night?
Down through 10:20 in this particular summary. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we focus in on later that evening, and I believe the 8-9 o'clock hour?
Yes.
Okay, so who is Catherine Magbanua communicating with that evening around that time?
Well, we see communication with Mr. Adelson and Mr. Garcia, but the communications with Mr. Garcia end here. This 9:46 is the last event where her handset communicates with Mr. Garcia's that evening.
Okay, and who also is she talking with that evening?
In addition to the communication with our subjects that we've been looking at, we've added in Ms. Yindra Mascaro, and we see that Ms. Magbanua is communicating with her through the evening hours, also on the 18th of July.
Okay, and are you familiar with the statements from Ms. Mascaro, Ms. Magbanua? Ms. Mascaro babysits her kids or was babysitting her kid on the night of July 18th?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so after her communication with Ms. Mascaro, what happens next?
So what we see events earlier in the lower right-hand side, we see cell site events in the 7:10 to 8:46, which would be consistent with Ms. Bagbanowa's residence. The next events we see 9:20, 9:23, be consistent with her moving away, and ultimately 9:42, one of those last events we saw with Mr. Garcia, her handset is now communicating with the cell site in proximity to Mr. Rivera's residence. We know that also on the way is Ms. Mascara's residence, relatively on the way.
Okay, so that could be consistent with her dropping her children off at Mascaro's and then heading back up towards Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Okay, so what about Garcia and Rivera? Were they ever consistent with Rivera's residence that evening?
Yes. Here for Ms. Bagbanowa, her 9:46, 9:47 events, and looking at the sector that she's using, again, consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. And if we look at all of the cell site usage for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, they are also consistent with the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
Okay, and who did she speak to on the phone during the 10 o'clock hour?
There's contacts with Mr. Adelson. We see at 10:12 there is Mr. Adelson attempts to call Ms. Bagbanowa 2 seconds, and then at 10:20 Ms. Bagbanowa calls Mr. Charlie Adelson for 1 minute and 56 seconds.
Were you able to find any other evidence about Catherine Bagbanowa and Charlie Adelson's plans that night?
Yes, again, going back to her location information here, the 10:20, 10:22, she is consistent still with the area of Mr. Rivera's residence for those two events. And then we see communication from the iCloud through the evening hours of the 18th between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Bagbanowa.
Okay, and it appears Charlie Adelson's pretty busy at work that evening?
Yes.
Okay. At 8:23, he says, just finishing, I'm not feeling good. Maybe we can just hang out at my house.
That's correct.
Okay. And this statement about he's not feeling good, would that be before Catherine Bagbanowa? Would that be before Catherine Bagbanowa goes to Charlie Adelson's house that evening?
It would be, yes.
Okay, so at 8:23, she's still more consistent with her residence and on her way to Rivera's residence.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so after he says he's not really feeling well, maybe they can just hang out at their house. Then we see the call with them, you said at I believe 10:20?
Yes.
All right, and where she's still consistent with Rivera's house at that time?
That's correct.
What can you tell us about Charlie Adelson's locations?
So we can see first event here, 9:19 p.m. We see the cell site is represented by the green dots. At the top of our screen, 9:21, a little further south, and then 9:40 and 11:39. The next events we have with location would be consistent with the area of his residence.
Okay. Now, who arrived at Charlie Adelson's residence during the time when Bagbanowa was still consistent with Rivera's residence?
Donna and Hartby Adelson.
Okay.
Objection.
What is the objection?
Foundation.
Approach.
I could rephrase my question, Judge, too. Would that be all right? Okay.
Go ahead and do that.
Was there some evidence in the iCloud involving messages between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson where she says she is at his house on the evening of July 18th during a time when Catherine Bagbanowa is still more consistent with Rivera's house?
Yes,
Okay. Can you show us that message?
I can.
Okay. So Donna Adelson here says, call us ASAP at 7:12 p.m.
Yes.
And then at 8:59 p.m. she says, outside your house.
Yes.
And Charlie Adelson says 10 minutes at 9:19.
Correct.
Okay. About 10 minutes from when he sent that text message, so maybe about 9:30 p.m. Is that when he's consistent with being at his house?
Yes.
And according to this message, his mother is already there.
That's correct.
All right. Does Charlie Adelson stay at his house that evening?
He does, yes.
Okay. So the location we saw before, he was still there at 11:39 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Let's go to the next day then, July 19th, 2014. So this would be the morning after the murder of Dan Markel. What can you tell us about Charlie Adelson's location that morning?
So we see his events 10:22 through 11:09 a.m. He's still communicating with a cell site adjacent to his residence.
Okay, and what can you tell us about the communication from Catherine McBanwa on that morning?
Well, we see that we have some events here, 3:08. This is again the morning of the 19th, just Miss McBanwa's records. We see 3 attempts from Mr. Garcia to call her, beginning at 3:08 through 3:26 a.m., and they're all short duration, 41 seconds or less. But those are 3 incoming calls from Mr. Garcia to Miss McBanwa. Those,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, those records do not have location. So again, meaning that those calls did not actually reach her handset. Her handset was not in communication with a network at that time.
Okay, thank you. That was my question, was did she have location? So no location because her phone was not connected to the network. Could that be consistent with her phone being off?
Yes.
So the last location then we have from her before the morning of July 19th is when she's consistent with being near Rivera's residence and she's speaking to Charlie Adelson on the phone about 10:20 p.m. the night before.
That's correct.
Okay. What is Catherine McBanwa's first location on her call detail records that next morning on July 19th?
So the first location that we see, we saw the calls, the outbound calls there at 9:44 a.m. We can see the cell sites, again, hers represented by the red dots. That will be consistent with travel south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence, or somewhere south of that towards Mr. Rivera's residence.
Okay, so could this be consistent with her leaving Rivera's residence, turning her phone off, going to Charlie Adelson's home as they discussed in those texts we saw, and then turning her phone back on as she's coming from the direction of his house?
Yes.
All right, and if from the records you just showed us, it looks like she was repeatedly trying to reach Sigfredo Garcia starting at 9:44 a.m.?
That's correct.
Was she able to reach him? Did any of those calls connect?
They did not.
Why not?
Well, if we look at Mr. Garcia's records, we can see here that he has an event at 5:12 a.m. Where there is a successful completion of that call, and then his event starting at 7:09 have no location. This is a sample of the T-Mobile records, Metro PCS records, and we see that there is no cell site identifier, so none of these calls after that are reaching his phone. So again, his handset is now off the network, unable to communicate, battery went dead, whatever the case may be, but there is no more events in his records that actually reach his handset.
What was his last known location before his phone went off the network?
It would have been the area of his girlfriend's residence at that point.
Okay, was her name Stephanie Carmona?
Yes.
Okay, and could this be consistent with him basically getting rid of, dumping his phone the night of Dan Markel's murder or the early morning hours, the morning afterwards?
Yes.
Does he ever have any more communication on the phone after that?
For the records that we have, there are no more originating communications. There's no communications that actually reach the handset. There's no indication that that handset is used at all after this 5:12 a.m. event.
Okay. Now tell us about the other attempted communication with Sigfredo Garcia's phone on July 19th that morning that are relevant to this case.
So there are a number of communications between, again, Ms. McBanwa attempting to reach Mr. Garcia. Ms. McBanwa reaches out to another phone number as associated with Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia, attempts to communicate with them. And then for the first time, we see Mr. Rivera actually call in to Ms. Magbanua from his actual phone. And there's more calls that go back and forth throughout the morning. And then all that kind of culminates at 10:31 a.m. where we see that last communication between where Ms. Magbanua was trying to communicate with either Mr. Rivera or Mr. Garcia.
And that number associated with him, that Anthony Ortiz person, is he a documented kind of friend of Garcia and Rivera's?
Yes.
Okay. So this could be consistent with her not being able to get in touch with him, so she's calling friends of his to find him.
That's correct.
All right. And what about Rivera's location that morning? What did his records show us?
He shows us that he was near his residence. And then at some point, he travels to the area consistent with Miss Carmona's residence, Mr. Garcia's girlfriend's residence, and then returns to the area of his residence.
Could that be consistent with nobody being able to get in touch with Garcia, so Rivera goes out to find him, get him, and bring him back?
Yes.
Okay. And does this kind of flurry of attempts to get in touch with Garcia abruptly stop at the 10:30 time frame?
Yes.
And that's when the calls between Magbanua and Rivera stop too?
Correct.
All right, what is the next, or tell us about the location then at 10:31 after this flurry stops?
So picking up with Miss Magbanua's locations from the previous 9:47 a.m., she's getting closer to Mr. Rivera's residence. Events from 10:02 to 10:25 is communicating with a cell site, again, relatively close to Mr. Rivera's residence. And then that final event, we saw that final communication at 10:31 a.m. We see, again, looking at the sector that her handset is using, that it is consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence.
So could this be or is Rivera's location here after his phone travels out from Carmona's and back?
Yes, we do have events with Mr. Rivera. These are the times, approximate location of the cell sites, again, consistent with his residence.
All right, so could it be that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera are all consistent with being at Rivera's residence at the same time that morning?
It could be, yes.
Okay. All right, when is Catherine Magbanua's next communication on her phone?
So the next communication that we have is 11:23 a.m. It's an
So
outgoing.
about 50 minutes later?
Yes.
All right, and where was her phone located 50 minutes later at 11:23?
So 11:23, we see the cell site and sector that her handset is using. It will be consistent with having moved away from Mr. Rivera's. It's now south of Mr. Rivera's, and could be consistent with Miss Mascaro's residence.
Okay. Could this be consistent with her leaving Adelson's house that morning, dropping the money off, and then going to pick up her kids from Mascaro's?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to our next section, which is I wanted to ask you about some different messages that you found in the iCloud, and then we'll be done.
Okay.
So the defense theory in this case is that Catherine Magbanua frantically showed up at the defendant's home the night of July 18th, informed him that some violent men killed his brother-in-law, and were now blackmailing him. Were there any text messages between Magbanua and Adelson about blackmail or extortion in the days following the Dan Markel murder?
Certainly none that I found.
Can you show us the text between Magbanua and the defendant in the week that followed the murder?
So these are some text from that week. This would be July 19th. This would be the day after the homicide. These texts start at 12:13, just after noon on the 19th. And we see them going back and forth about going to the pool or the beach, and kind of casual conversation.
Okay, so this is the same day of all the call activity we just saw.
Yes.
And locations we just saw. And so sometime after noon at 12:13, Charlie Adelson says he's headed to the gym. Are you going to the beach? It's so nice.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at also that week, looking at your next slide, July 22nd. They're talking a little bit about the weather, how late it is in the day. Catherine Magbanua asked for Jerry to call in a prescription scalp medication.
Yes, a prescription for shampoo.
Okay, prescription shampoo. Okay. All right, and what's next?
So on July 23rd,
So on this one, Charlie Adelson says, don't forget to text Jerry your info. He'll call it in the morning, sweet dreams. And then later, she says something that he says laugh out loud to.
correct, yes.
All right. What's next?
So the July 25th,
On July 25th, she says, "Have a good day," smiley face. He says, "You too."
Yes.
In all of the messages, in all of the messages from the records between this defendant and Catherine McBanois from 2014 to 2016, are there any messages where they discuss Charlie Adelson being blackmailed or extorted or violent people wanting to hurt his family, anything like that?
None that I found.
During those years, though, do the defendant and Catherine McBanois stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up that fall in
Yes.
2014? Okay. From the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
They do, yes.
Okay. And when I say in regular contact, sometimes they talk multiple times a day, every day.
Correct.
All right. Can you show us just a couple of examples of their close friendship? Can you show us October 6th, 2014?
Yes, so this talks, and these be 2:18 in the morning, 2:18 in the afternoon of October 6th. There's communication about him being a good father, potential to be a good father.
Okay. And she's saying that you have to find the right girl that you can deal with and to see if she's worth it?
Yes.
Okay, and what's next? And if she gives you hell, Catherine McBanois will set her straight, winky face, and he says, "I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life." And he says, "I'll always care about you."
That's correct.
Or she says that, rather.
That's correct.
All right. Next, she says, no, can we go back to the next one then, after he says he's lucky to have her as part of his life?
Yes, I'm going to need to fix something on that slide.
Okay, no problem. Judge, for time purposes, I'll maybe have 10 minutes left, I would say. 15 minutes left, if that. Okay. Can you show us the next one? Okay,
Yes.
I think that's the last one we read. Okay. Can you go to the next one after that? All right. She says, just a second. Okay. Here she says, "I always know," this is in February of 2015, is that correct?
Correct, February 24th.
She says, "See, I always know how to make you smile." He says, "Yes, you do." She says, "Good, I love you." He says, "I love you too."
Correct.
All right, what's next? On October 27th of 2015, she says, "Hey, you're probably busy celebrating your birthday. I just want to thank you so much for helping me out. I love you. I love you. Have a great birthday. I hope I see you soon this week." And he says, "Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best, and I'm lucky to have you as a friend for life." Smiley face.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, and then this one they kind of exchange, "You don't miss me, I do miss you," with some, okay.
Yep.
Go to the next one. All right. This one, they're talking about something, and he ends it with, "LOL, you're the best."
Correct.
And LOL, does that mean laugh out loud?
It does, yes.
All right. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case in 2016?
Yes.
And what is a wiretap?
A wiretap is sort of a general term for our ability to intercept either wire communications, something said over a phone line, electronic communications, maybe a text, or oral communications, things that are spoken. But when law enforcement is able to lawfully intercept those to record them during the course of an investigation.
Does an order have to be signed by a judge and sent to the phone carrier in order to have authority to conduct a wiretap?
Yes.
And so because of that, I mean, are we able to go back and listen to the content of these phone calls that we've seen today from back in 2014?
No, we don't have the ability to go back and record phone calls in the past. The only way that we would know about communications would be if we were to extract a phone, like we see the Cellbrite extractions or forensic extractions of phones. We may be able to see some text messages, but we don't have the ability to capture things back in the past.
At that time, we didn't know that a crime was about to be committed.
That's correct.
Okay. But if for a wiretap investigation, police can get that order to listen to suspects' phones in real time.
That's correct.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed to conduct a wiretap?
Certainly, it's relatively complicated in today's world, but there is equipment on the carrier side where they're able to send us information about the activity, the text message content, and information about the calls, who's calling who, all of that information. And then they're also able to send us the actual content. So they're able to send us the audio when someone's on a phone call of what's being spoken. And then we have computer servers that receive that information and software that displays it for us, an intercept kind of interface where we're able to see the incoming calls. We have some controls where we can play calls back, and we can see calls for the day, write synopsis for them as they're coming in. So it again, a lot of computer equipment necessary to conduct that.
Do the people who are listening or monitoring to these calls in real time have to go through certain types of training to do that?
They do. First, we do what we call minimization training. And we are not, law enforcement, we're not allowed to intercept calls that may be privileged or not relevant to the investigation. So we can't listen to everything that is said. So the first thing that a monitor or someone who's listening has to know is, one, about the investigation. So they have to read that affidavit, the application for the wiretap. They have to read that thoroughly and be briefed on the investigation so that they know the relevant persons, the relevant evidence that we're looking for, kind of the history of the investigation, so they have some context when they're listening to these calls going on. And then they have training on how to actually do that minimization, how to actually stop the recording so that we can't hear that information, we can't record that information that we don't believe is relevant or authorized under the order. So they receive, again, training about the investigation and then how to actually operate the software.
And they're required to minimize it, right? If it's not relevant to the investigation, it's not
That
a
is
choice.
correct, yes.
Okay. And are you limited in time to decide whether the conversation is relevant or not?
We are. Again, everything is geared towards not intercepting communications that we shouldn't. So for parties that we know never talk about anything relevant, then that period of time that we listen may be less. And then we immediately minimize because we know historically they never talk about anything that's relevant to the investigation. For parties that do communicate about the investigation, then that period of time may be a little longer. The amount of time that we stay minimized, or the amount of time that we come off of that before we come back and spot check, or we will come back and see if the topic of the conversation has changed. Are they now talking about something that's relevant? Again, that varies a little bit based on the monitor's knowledge of the case, history of communication between them. But yes, we do have some guidelines for the amount of time that we can listen and how long before we can go back.
Okay. How can we as listeners of the call tell if an officer is doing that?
You'll hear an audible tone during the call. It's an abrupt audible tone.
And is the portion of the call that is minimized recorded then?
It is not recorded.
All right. When listening, do you have to be on the lookout for suspects who may try to mask the meaning of what they're talking about just in case law enforcement is listening?
Yes.
Is that common for people to do?
It is, yes.
All right. And were Catherine McBanois and Charlie Adelson's phones tapped in this case?
They were, yes.
All right. Who supervises these wire calls?
I was the wire room supervisor, the person responsible for kind of the technical side of it. And then from the legal side, there is a state attorney assigned that is conducts the training, keeps up with the investigation, and ultimately a judge who authorized it.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the calls?
During the investigation or during the course of the wiretap, we have a partnership with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They're the first point that receives that and sends it on to us. They maintain those originally, and then at the completion of it, those tapes are transferred to us in our custody and maintained securely.
Okay. All right. So the bump in this case, was that at 1:47 p.m. on April 19th, 2016. When I say the bump, I mean when Donna Adelson was approached by the undercover officer and handed the article about Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
All right, so looking at 1:47 p.m. on April 19th, 2016, who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? Can you tell us that from the call detail records?
I can, yes. So we see here her records from that date. The red line indicates the time of the bump or the time of the contact. And we see that her first call at 2:09 p.m. is outgoing to Charlie Adelson.
We have seen and heard about emails in the course of the trial which detail Donna Adelson's strong interest in the divorce of Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel. Is there phone communication in the iCloud between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson that shows Charlie Adelson's interest in the divorce?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show us that first message, looking at maybe October of 2013? Was there a message in mid-October about that? All right, what does this say?
So this is from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson. It says, a horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain.
She says she's on the way back to Wendy's house.
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? Now on the slide before, did it say, I bet let's talk this week by Charlie Adelson after he heard that?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, what happened on October 30th of 2013?
There is, again, a message from Donna Adelson indicating she just got a text from Wendi mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a home.
Okay. And what does Charlie Adelson respond to that? Can you read those to us?
He indicates she never told me. Why is she doing this? She never mentions it to me on the phone. I guess it's because it's stupid. Did Danny give her permission to move? Schools.
Okay. And what does he say after that?
He says he will hold that over her and use it as leverage, especially after she puts money down. She is really stupid. Give them their asking price? Question marks.
And what about after that?
He says, I can try again, but I only talk to her about one time a week and leave about 7 messages. And then he indicates this would be October 31st, and the times here on these messages are still in coordinated universal time. So in October, we're 4 hours behind, but that should be about 1 a.m. But he says, spoke to Wendi. I think I made some headway. Hope you're having an awesome time in Israel. Have a good night.
Okay. Now, the times that we saw earlier in your presentation, those have all already been converted to the actual time that was sent, right?
That's correct. Everything up to this point has been converted to our local time. And I do point out that communications with Donna here that we've just been talking about, those, if you notice the time in the bottom of the messages, still say UTC +0, which means there's been no offset or subtracting of time to get to our local time zone.
So in those messages, he seems to be thinking that her buying a house is not a good idea. Danny will hold it over her head, use it as leverage, and he's trying to talk her out of it.
Correct.
All right, and then what's the next message to his mom? Wait, I'm sorry. Did you read the last one?
I did. Spoke to Wendi. I think I made some headway. Hope you're having an awesome time in Israel. Have a good night.
Okay. And how does his mom respond? Okay. Let me go to...
Just indicates that the Adelsons appear to be in Israel at the time and look forward to speaking with him soon.
Okay. Danny sent them some pictures of the kids in Halloween costumes, it says?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next one.
So Charlie states, spoke to Wendi for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house.
Okay, with some smiley faces.
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond?
Wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You're a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay, lots of exclamation points used there.
Yes.
And this is on Halloween of 2013, on October 31st of October 31st of 2013, and then the day after.
Yes.
Okay, and then the conversations about her buying the house and Charlie Adelson against it. That was all the day before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Could buying a house in an area be unfavorable for like a motion for relocation?
I believe so, yes.
All right. What about in February of 2014?
I believe there's more here in this exchange from November 1st. This will be the continuation of the October 30th to the 31st to the 1st.
Okay.
But he indicates, in response to the question of how did you accomplish it, he responds with a series of text about how that went.
So Danny would have used it against Wendi as leverage. She needs to get permission from him. He has several other reasons why it would have been the dumbest mistake of her life, the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Yes.
Okay, and what's next?
It says it took about 15 minutes of talking to her. I basically told her owning a house is like getting married, renting is like dating. Why the F would you want to get married again?
Okay. And what's next in February of 2014? Was there some more messages from the mom?
Yes, so February 15th of 2014, so been in the evening hours or afternoon hours, Donna Adelson indicates that Wendi is stressed out.
Okay. Does she say that Wendi will have to go through another depo? Could that be short for deposition?
Yes,
Is that where the other side's attorney gets to ask you a bunch of questions?
it is, yes.
That's outrageous. They're talking about repetitive motions being filed, and the $500,000 account is the same $50,000 he tried to get his hands on last time, but it's in Wendy's name.
Correct.
Okay, and what does Charlie Adelson say to that?
Crazy.
And what does Donna Adelson say after that? Total waste of the court's time. Yesterday, he sent Wendi a text that said he saw her leaving the school at 2:07. He's stalking her.
Yes.
Okay, and what does Donna Adelson say after that? That Wendi wants to file a protective order, is that what that said?
Yes.
But that's very hard to do unless there's a previous history of threats or abuse. But she wants to let the judge know he's stalking her.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? And Charlie Adelson says, I agree.
Correct.
All right, what does Donna Adelson say after that?
Anyway, it looks like mid-March or mid-April before anything will be resolved regarding him paying her through the court system.
Okay, and then does Donna Adelson go on to complain about the judge on the case giving him too much time to pay?
Yes.
Okay, and what's next? Okay, is that more complaints about the judge in the divorce case?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? Charlie Adelson, does he say how much per hour the divorce attorney costs and that she needs to give a refund or complain to the bar?
Yes.
All right, and what's after that? Does he ask whether Wendy's mad at her attorney yet?
He does, yes.
Okay, what's next? What does Donna Adelson say here?
In response, she says yes, but don't get, I assume that to be her, worked up about it. She's too stressed about it. Let's just keep conversation with her light and not add to what she's dealing with. Let her just get through Monday with positive family support. Nothing stressful. Trust me on this.
Okay. So Wendy's so stressed out, she doesn't want Charlie Adelson adding any more stress to her.
Correct.
All right. What about after that on February 17th? So does Donna Adelson indicate there that she's just leaving the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
Says at work, and then ask, how did it go?
And what does Donna Adelson say to that?
Okay, we'll talk later.
Okay. Charlie Adelson asks what happened.
Yes.
Does Donna Adelson then go into some detail about what happened in court, what Wendi wants the parenting coordinator to do, and that Wendi wants the parenting coordinator questioned because she hates Danny, and will ask the court to have.
Are you objecting?
Yes.
What is your objection?
Read the whole thing or not all of it.
Please read the whole thing, the rule of completeness.
The judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendi, but she will allow them to depot her with very strict limitations on the questions. Then Wendi wants the parenting coordinator questioned because she hates Danny, and will ask the court to have him court-appointed psychological testing! Exclamation points.
Okay. And what's next?
Charlie Adelson states, this is February 17th, her attorney is going to run up a very large bill for Danny.
All right. And Donna Adelson says, "Yep."
Yep.
All right. What about 2 days later on February 19th?
Another text from Donna Adelson. If you speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough day, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and when she tried to leave with the boys, he said, "No, stay here and play with Abba." She to the boys that Abba had to leave, and he said, "No, I don't." Of course, she woke up to another email from him telling her that she is lying to the boys about their father's whereabouts, and that this will be brought before the court. Such a fucker. It was Wendy's day. He is allowed to attend the children's activities, but that's where it ends.
So Donna Adelson looks like she was mad that he didn't just attend the activities. Dan Markel engaged with the kids, gave them a hug, said he wanted to play with them.
Yes.
All right. Was there a text message exchange in March of 2014 where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? Can you read it to us?
Two texts here. The first says 37 miles to Gainesville. And the next is, "I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have very limited, quote, alone time today. Erase this text after you read it."
Okay, so she wants to go to a bathroom to talk to Charlie Adelson on the phone in private once she gets in Gainesville here,
Yes.
but wants him to erase that text on his phone.
It's what it indicates, yes.
Okay. Then a few minutes later, what does she say?
"We'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas."
Okay. So in this text, she's saying that the text she sent 30 minutes before is about Dad's birthday gift,
It would seem so, yes.
or that the call she wanted to make was about Dad's birthday gift, rather.
Yes.
Does she ask him to erase this text message, though?
No.
And that's the message where she's talking about what the secret call is supposed to be about, right?
Yes.
If the defendant's dad, Harvey Adelson's birthday, isn't until July, it would appear that they were planning a birthday present for him here on this phone call in a Gainesville bathroom about 4 months in advance, right?
Yes.
All right, what does Charlie Adelson say when his mom sends him that?
He replies, "Great."
Okay, and what's next?
Charlie responds, "If you don't pick up, I'll call you back in 30 seconds.
Okay, and what's next?
Don't call yet. I need 5 minutes till we get to Panera Bread."
right, was there a message in May of 2014 where Donna Adelson references having a tough conversation with Wendi?
Yes, and I'm sorry, there's an additional response here
Okay.
after these text messages where Charlie Adelson texts, "You guys back yet?"
Okay, and that's it. I'm sorry, can you go back?
I can
That-
try.
That would appear to be about,
Yes, does not like going backwards.
okay. Does it appear that the "you guys back yet" message was about 6 hours after the "I'll call you when I get to the bathroom"?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Could that be consistent with arriving back in Miami from stopping in the Gainesville area?
Could be, yes.
All right, so this message references a tough conversation with Wendi and a horrible morning with Danny
Yes.
and a tough conversation with her.
Yes.
All right, looking at June 7th of 2014, what does Donna Adelson say to Charlie Adelson that day?
Just waiting for Gary to come. Should be here any minute. Hope you have a good evening. Would you like the apartment? The weekend of June 19th to the 22nd. I think we're going to Tally. I miss the boys too much to wait till Dad's birthday week to see them. Besides, we want you to spend some time here. We love you. Heart, Mom and Dad.
Okay. Now, June 7th, this would be the day after, would this be the day after Garcia and Rivera arrived back in Miami with an unsuccessful trip for them to Tallahassee, where they did not accomplish the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
So this would have been the day after they got back in Miami from Tallahassee.
Yes.
Okay? And what's next?
He responds, "Okay, have fun. Still working on Dad's B-Day present." To which Donna Adelson says, "I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through." And then there's a thumbs up, kissy face, Mom.
Okay? And those messages are on the following day, on June 8th, 2014?
They're actually June 7th if you do the time correction.
I apologize. So still on June 7th, still the day after Garcia and Rivera arrived back in Miami
That's correct.
after they were not able to kill Dan Markel.
That's correct.
Just a second. No further questions.
Please approach.
To stop here for the night. Once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I always do. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news reports or seek out any information concerning this matter. Please report at 8:30 again tomorrow morning, and we expect to get started at 8:45. Have a good night.